Wow. That took some doing. I had to reload it a few times. Ow, everyone. I know you might be looking at this this t-shirt and thinking it's a bit spangly, Terry. It's a little bit diamonty. It's a little bit girly, you know? And I'd agree with that. But I love the message, you know? Let me just move that out of the way. Saint or sinner, you know? And I think we're all in a kind of a situation now where we're figuring out what we are, you know? One of them when we need to be, one of them when we need to be. Balance. Hello, Michael. How you doing, brother? I'm glad you could join us. And Lana, have you changed it? I'm sure you've changed the name of yeah. Didn't it used to be Lana? Or is that a glitch in the Matrix? Is that what just happened? You've just torn a hole. Have I just torn a hole in the Matrix? Hello, Bo. Hey, Witchy. How you doing, sweetheart? I hope I hope you've had a nice week. You know, we've all survived another week. Hello, Chelsea. You all right, sweetheart? It's good to see you. I've been looking, and 4x4 fellow. Good for you to join us, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, I've been looking a bit more into the whole nicotine, trying to extract nicotine. I never realized it was so fucking dangerous, you know? I would have been better off working with something like nitroglycerin, you know? Probably marginally safer. But I do think there's a way, and I will find a way. I will. I want to create a coconut oil nicotine patch and then sell it for a fraction of what these big nicotine peddling, smoke peddling, big pharmaceutical bastard companies are selling their shit for. And this will be way more beneficial because it will provide nutrients for your skin as well, and an SPF of 7. But then, having said that, you're not going to want to rub that all over your body because you'd end up with a nicotine overload and end up shocking out, just shocking out in the middle of the street. People will be thinking, I don't remember seeing breakdancing like that before. Do you? No. The Mandela effect. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Michael. She's fucking with my head. You know, straight from the off, straight out the gate, fucking with my head. And I like that. I like a challenge, do I? Hello, Jenny. It's crazy actually, Jenny, that you've put what most people would consider to be an extremely random emoji there, a fucking zebra, right? Now, some people might think, well, it does have a very African themed dining room, but it's bizarre because I'm not going to show you, but I've got zebra print Calvin Klein boxer shorts on. So that is a very, very crazy synchronicity. You know, it's gone from the environment I'm in to where I store my junk and everything in between. Isn't that beautiful? It's been an interesting start to a live stream. Where are we? It's showing nicknames tonight. Yeah, I suppose it is. Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. Yeah, mate. Well, there's nothing. You know, life is so much stranger than fiction. And the more you look, the more strange it gets. There's always a way. Keep at it either way. We just discovered a great hemlock alternative for the next time someone crosses us. What's hemlock again? You see, this is what I'm saying, Chelsea. In that department, you are way more advanced than I am. I'm proper novice. You know, there's a lot of science behind it that I'm just trying to get my head around. Let me straighten that up. Oh, that feels very claustrophobic, but very comfortable at the same time, which is a very strange combination. Mate, how you doing? Good to see you too. One of the deadliest plants on earth, Terry. Yeah. And I suppose when you say that to someone that doesn't understand the kind of the botanical element of the tobacco plant, right? If you turn around and say, you know, the tobacco plant's deadly, they'll just think, yeah, lung cancer, you know, or throat cancer, or various other types of cancer that, you know, are responsible of smoking, because mainly, I believe, because of the additives. I think a mixture of bad shit in there. He says, as he lights his fag. Oh dear. But yeah, there's got to be a safe way of extracting nicotine from homegrown tobacco. There's got to be a way, you know, and I don't envisage myself dying dealing with nicotine. I think it'll be in the streets, you know. Who knows? We don't know, do we? I've definitely ruled out space lasers, you know, because we fly under the radar. I don't want to get fucking blasted from space, you know. I'm only 53. And my birthday, you know. So yeah, the reason I didn't do a live stream last week is because Zephyr was ill, and you know, anything that life throws at me now, I've had it all, you know. I can fucking take it now. Come on, let's have it. The only chink in my armor, my only vulnerability is them. So when one gets sick, I worry, you know. So I couldn't pull a live stream off. It's mad. Yeah, it wasn't the most enjoyable birthday. But I mean, and I treated myself to a Chinese. Woke up the following morning, she's nicked my fucking wallet. So if I didn't have any bad luck. Oh dear. She never even told me a name. Yeah. One of the, yeah. So that's what I don't get, is that that doesn't make any sense to me, because people are drinking tobacco tea, and yeah, there's just so little research out there. And doesn't that make you wonder, you know, because if someone suddenly could, you know, points out that there's a completely natural way to satisfy your cravings, because you know, normally it's just a plastic sheet over your arm, and God knows what's in there. Yeah, what else could be in there? Whereas organically extracted nicotine added to coconut oil, you've just got a natural rub-in nicotine patch. You just need to make sure you don't get carried away. You know, don't use it as a suntan cream all over. Although science is all about learning and experimenting. So if anyone is interested in trying one of these nicotine patches if I finally get around to creating one. I'll pay you, not much, but I'll pay you. And then I'll pay someone else if they'll have it all over their body, preferably if you've got a shaved head, so I can get more on and see what happens. Oh dear. Oh. Shelley. Right, so we've got, right, hold on, right. Fuck me. Right, so Chelsea Star. Is this, are we playing a game of what does a really confused skinhead look like game? So we've got Shelley Luda, which I thought was Chelsea, and then we've got Chelsea Star. Which is the right one? Which one am I trying to relate to here? Who knows a lot about tinctures? Which one are you? Because my head's fucked already. I'm only about 10 minutes in. Mummy is on. Oh, right. Okay. Right. Okay. So we've got mum and daughter. Right. I do feel safer now. I feel safer in my little space. I'm going to put something on because it's got a bit chilly, right? And the only downside, as far as I'm concerned, about this t-shirt is that when it gets cold, it's that sort of material where you end up after a while like that. You know what I'm talking about, ladies. I am Nesh. I don't like the cold. I just don't like it. Yeah, I don't mind going winter wild camping where you are sat around, if you're lucky enough to get a fire going, which is doable, but it takes a lot of patience in those sort of conditions where everything's damp and wet. And it's like minus 2 or 3 during the day, minus 10 at night. It makes you feel alive. It really does. But generally speaking, I don't like the cold, apart from wild camping, because wild camping on its own lifts me up. It recharges me. It benefits me. It produces positivity in me, which then balances out the fucking freezing cold temperatures that you're trying to enjoy yourself in. If that makes any sense, because I did mention a sleeping bag that I've got for summertime wild camping. Where are we? Thank you, Michael. Yeah, just another year now. I think when you get past, I don't know, 30, it's like, I'm not counting them anymore, because it doesn't, I don't think it's because we've become ignorant of the fact that, it's another year, I'm another year older. Fucking hell. Right? It's not just that. It's not even that, it's just we get to a point in our lives where we just realize it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. They're just kind of milestones, really, when life is fluid. So, oh no, here she comes. Hey, talking about here she comes, right? I'd just like to point out that I'm not pro-trans. I'm not. I think this is going somewhere. Don't worry. Thinking people are going, that's a proper fucking right turn, that, Terry. That's a proper right angle. Apart from people like Lily Savage and Dame Edna Everage, they were funny, you know, and that was it. It was an act. Now it's a perversion. But I just thought, you've gone from me with just a skinhead and a beard to then a skinhead with something a little bit neater, right? So I thought, how can I mix it up again, but make it work, you know? So when you said, oh no, here she comes, you inspired me, right? So just give me 30 seconds. It might only be temporary. But I think it's necessary. I mean, it's Friday night, you know. Friday night to me is put some effort in night, you know. Oh, this is a little bit trickier than I anticipated. I should have practiced it first, I think. And you know, I think that's about right, if I'm honest. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably the right colour. It's got it because it goes in with the tones of. I've got little bits of grey in my eyebrows, and I've got a slight salt and pepper beard thing going on. So it does tie in. All my glasses are up. See, and now I look like even 10 times more cooler than I did. You know, just by doing that. You know, some of us have got it. That's a bit. I think that's going to annoy me. I don't know how long this is going to go on for, but we'll leave it for a while. Let yourselves acclimatise to it a little bit, you know. And me, because I can see this shit. It's right there. I'm kind of umming and ahhing about whether or not it was a good idea in the first place. And I'm hearing on the good. Where were we? I hope it's not flammable. You know, I don't want to combust on a live stream or at any other time. You know, I don't think there's any good time really to self-combust. I think it's negative 24 hours a day. Anyway, ginseng. So does ginseng really work then? But I think now what's happened is that I've started to want to get, because I don't know what's binding the shop bought ones together, because I don't know what fillers they're using, because I don't know where they're from and who's had their hands on them. I like to try and start looking out for bags of these herbs and stuff, and it works out way cheaper, loads cheaper. And then blending them down into a fine powder so that you can put them in capsules and it's easier for the body to absorb. Do you know what I mean? Oh my God. I look such a cunt. It's staying on for a while, just a little while until I get too hot. When I get too hot, right, I will. In fact, when I get too hot, 'cause it's not an if, right? When I get too hot, that's going to be the closest I'll ever get to knowing what a menopausal flush feels like. Do you know what I mean? Which is good for me, because it's good for any man to experience something like that, because then it goes on to make us it's another step forward into trying to understand the most complex being on the fucking planet, maybe the universe. Teresa, yeah. Well, I mean, I could you could perceive me in two different ways right now, right? One could be some sort of mystic hippie guy, right? Who comes on and starts talking about mystical shit, right? You could look at me like that, or you could think, has he still got a cock? How far has he gone? There are several perceptions to what you're seeing right now. And I'm sure you've got your own individual, unique one. I could do with that exact wig. Hey, look, I'll post it to you for free. You know, if you want it, you can have it. Email me. I'll post it to you, because I'm not going to use it again. You know, things like this should be one-offs. If you make a one-off, a two-off, and a three-off, and a four-off, and a five-off, it loses the magic of the one-off. You know. A lot has changed tonight. Everyone's names now. Terry has a full head of hair. Yeah, there's a glitch. The 4x4 fella, something really fucked up has just happened. But I think it's all on my end. I take full responsibility for it. Whoa, what me? Did you see that? Whoa, ladies, how do you survive? If you've got long hair and you're a smoker, you can never properly chill out. How can you fucking chill out? You know, when you're lighting your fag, you just get anxious every time you go to light a fag, in case your fucking head goes up. You know, especially when you've got loads of mousse and hair lacquer and all that shit going on in there. It's an instant. Just one big flash, and you end up looking like a skinhead, you know, just like that. Do you know what? Isn't it a shame that I had to go to, well, literally this length in order to shave a couple of years off? But thank you anyway. Where was that? Chelsea Star, thank you very much. That's very lovely of you. And I think Gray becomes me. What I don't quite get is not really. I don't really get it, right? As you see a lot of girls out there, it's meant to be quite trendy, or it was at least 6 months ago. You know, everything changes so fast now, you know. Or maybe it did when we were that age. This is doing my fucking head in. Fucking doing my nutting. You see girls out and about, and they're young, like 20 years old, and they've dyed their hair grey. And I don't get that, you know. Not sure if I can cope with these changes tonight. Hey, you'll be all right. It'll make you stronger. It will. It will. I think you're giving art teacher vibes. I like that, Boho Richie. I like that a lot. I think that's a really, really nice compliment, you know, because the teacher that taught me, apart from the ones I watched on telly, you know, Tony Hart and who was that other lovely bloke, Rolf, really nice guy, beard. So as a kid, I was watching them, you know, and I was developing and that, and then I got better at school, and the most important art teacher throughout my whole life was actually after school, and that's where I qualified. And he was a little bit out there. Yeah, it didn't look like this. I mean, you got to be really, really, yeah. So paranoid. I don't know what this shit's made of, you know? I think I've got a bit of an idea. Hold on. Would you say that this is more bohemian? I'll tell you what, one thing it does make me look now, because without this wig, my normal head and this hat looks all right. It does. But then you leave the hat out and the wig, you can look like maybe a blokey, artsy teacher type, hippie-ish guy, right? You add a hat to everything like that and the hair, and I do look like I've got 2 weeks left before I have my cock chopped off. I do look very tranny like, and I'm not sure if I'm happy about it, but it is keeping everything in place. So there's a practical element, you know, and that's the prepper in me, very practical, you know. Let's take ginseng with royal jelly. What's royal jelly? What's royal jelly? Tell me what royal jelly is first, otherwise I can't commit. That sounds like something that you use with sex toys, and it really works on heating up the body by increasing blood flow and circulation. They come in these pre-prepared shots, which are really convenient. You see, it's the convenient. The word convenient to me is, yeah, it usually means something not good. And as for blood flow and circulatory, the hawthorn, that's going to be the one I'm going to tackle first. The hawthorn tincture can do that, and so much more, you know. Can't wait to get into it, you know. I'm starting to make stuff naturally, you know, and I realise that normally me going like that would never look like the way it looks like now when I'm doing that. It doesn't look right. We'll give it half an hour. But yeah, I'm loving it. I'm love the whole the whole natural healing thing. And I don't know how many, I don't know if anyone saw this book, this new book that I got. That one there, it's an absolute corker. It really is, for dental care, right? And on top of that, I did a little bit of a dig into something else as well, and because, right, I don't know how many. Let me catch up on all the comments first before I go on a tangent. Does everyone go? Do all women do that with hair like this? It drives me fucking crazy. I'm so glad I'm a skinhead. Michael, I have thought about that. Fuck it. Shall I do it? This will be interesting. Hold on, let me get it done right. Don't worry, we've got plenty of time. Plenty of time. It just needs a bit of a brush out, Michael, because, you know, it's got to be neat. I'm actually quite a fucking classy bloke. Oh my God. If anyone saw me like this now, I'd be like, you don't need to ask for 10p for a cup of tea. I'll give you a pound. Fucking state of me. Cheers, Michael. I've literally just scarred my own brain from taking your advice. It's madness. It's madness to know that half of this is real. Maybe I need a drink. Well, I never. I need to go up in it. Whoa. Do you know what? Boho Witchy, catch me earlier on, before I know I've had too much vodka, because I do think I'm probably just a little bit over now, right? But if that's something that the way I see it is that you guys have given me so much more than I've given you, right? So I'd love to do something like that for you, and I'll have my phone in my top pocket, filming it as I go in, and just walk around and just see how all my co-op's small, so there's no point in doing a co-op. Let's go to Asda. In fact, let's hammer Asda, right? So the first thing I'll do is I'll take my phone in my top pocket and I'll film myself going up the escalators, having a bit of a gander around, having seeing how people are looking at me, catching people as I'm turning around, going like that, as if they've not been staring at me, but they have, because they're thinking, does he look weird or does he look beautiful? I can't work it out, right? So that's what I'll do. You know, it might just be like a 10-minute thing, because I don't edit. I don't. So just walking around Asda, the busiest fucking places I can find. And the next thing I would like to do at some point is go into either Asda or Tesco and pretend to be. Some people are going to think that's in bad taste. That is, Terry. But to those people, I would say, chill the fuck out, live life. You know, have a bit of fun. No harm done, right? is go up to the tannoy or the customer service section and say that I'm a support worker and I've lost the guy I'm meant to be supporting, and I could get into a lot of trouble. I need to find him. And he'll know to come to the front entrance if you put a tannoy out for him. And I think I can convince them. And they're going to say, "What's his name?" And I'll go, "His name's Amak. It's a Iranian Christian name. His surname's Hunt. If you can put a call out for me, please, just please do that, you know." And I'll film it all, and you'll hear a woman shout out over all of Tesco, "I'm a cunt. I'm a cunt. Can you please come to customer services, please? I'm a cunt." I'm revving myself up to do that, just to give everyone we need to be putting smiles on people's faces. We really do. There's too much shit going on. I'm going to buy some wigs. No, you've just inspired me, especially when I get a few of us round. It's honestly, it's a crack, you know, and it just takes it instantly takes the seriousness out. I could be talking about some proper dark shit right now, but it would be balanced out by the way that I look. It really would, you know. So yeah, wigs, yeah, you can't beat them, you know, you can't beat them, because it just you instantly have a completely different look about you, you know. And yeah, make people smile. Wigs may be way around facial recognition. Nah, because I'd say 99% of wigs, unless you're whatever that music artist was that never showed a fucking face, whoever she was, you're still generally showing your face, and they've picked up on so many data points on your face that all connect up so that you've got like a fingerprint profile of your face from every single angle that you can imagine. And then they've also picked up on is it Animatrix? Lana will know. I don't even know if she's still here. Where are you, Lana? Where they've profiled the way that the unique way that you walk as well. When you put those two things together, and they've got the guy or the girl. But yeah, it'd be nice if we could do that. Hawthorn berries are in season now too. Yeah, but the problem is that they're all giving up the berries too early, and we need I don't want to get too ahead of or too behind on the chat, because I always feel ignorant when I do that, even though it's not intentional. The problem with hawthorn berries is that you normally, in a normal year, whatever normal is now, you get a frost, that one frost, and that one frost will trigger the plant, the bush, or the tree, you know, because they do get big, into drawing it as many minerals and all of the goodness into those berries, because they're the babies of the plant, you know. They want the best to go into them. So they send all these minerals and all extra everything, pack these berries full of all of that after the first frost. The first frost is the indicator to the plant or the tree that winter's on its way, and it's time to relinquish itself of its leaves and go to sleep until spring, you know. So to give their babies, their berries, the absolute maximum amount of nutrition that they need as a seed to be either good enough to get into the ground and grow into another plant, or enough to attract a bird that's going to come along, peck it up, fly along, digest it, shit it out in midair, and it will land in another place, and you've got another hawthorn bush, you know. But that first frost is important, and I don't think we're going to get that before all these berries have gone, which means that birds are going to really struggle this winter. So if you can put fat balls out and stuff like that, I've got a fat ball, just the one, but it's enough. Yeah, give nature a bit of a helping hand as and where you possibly can, you know. But yeah, I need to get out there, Chelsea, and get some more berries. I keep forgetting to take a little bag out with me, you know. But I'm gonna. Oh no! Does your hand ever get hit? Hair doesn't matter. Ready for my ID? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know you're ready for it, but I know you're ready for it. You know, there's a difference, and yeah, so knowing that you are ready for it is good. Much love. The way you flick your hair to the side is so endearing to me. Endearing, mate. Michael, look. I'm always here if you ever need a proper full-on brug. All right. Yeah, no, of course I've pulled Michael. Look at me. Right? From the head, yeah, down to I'm everything you've ever needed and wanted, Michael. And you know that. Yeah, the sexy lady bit, Chelsea. I mean, blokes, right? Generally, are not like massive fans on really fucking hairy women. So a beard. I mean, if I went into a gay bar with just the wig on, there'd be a few kind of ruffian queers, you know, bodybuilding gay bastards in there that want that they're givers, you know. And I think they would probably approach me like this. Because I've just got that kind of look, you know, and then I've got something to hold on to here as well. Well, if they find out that this is a wig, they're not going to want to pull on the wig because it'll come off and it'll ruin their fantasy. And I can't really believe where this conversation's gone. So let's straighten that out. My daughter hates Asda. I knew what you meant. I hate all supermarkets. I wish that everyone would just, again, if everyone had just started prepping 5 years ago, five years ago at a minimum, you know, then everyone could then just boycott going to these big supermarkets and just topping off on healthy fruit and veg and stuff like that and meat from our local butchers and our local greengrocers, you know. Ideally, that would have been the perfect scenario. But they're making it almost unaffordable for people to just go and buy a tin of beans from an independent local corner shop because the markup's higher. So the vast majority of the population are being herded towards supermarkets, and then supermarkets that are going to be based fully on facial recognition and a digital ID. and a digital wallet. That'll get you into the supermarket and out of the supermarket with or without shopping. So I'd boycott them all. On top, but there must be at least one person that would have thought, but you've just bought all your shopping from Aldi, Lidl. Farm Foods isn't as massive, you know, it's not up there in the top. I don't think it's up there in the top 10. I don't know. Might be. I've not checked, right? But that's because I'm taking full advantage of the prices as they are now, hoping and to some degree knowing that on the other side of this hill we'll end up with independent vendors, and hopefully some of those vendors will be people that are selling stuff from their driveways that they've grown in their garden. You know, the potential of what we could achieve at the end of this is fucking beautiful, you know, but it's not going to be easy to get from this moment now to then. But it is 100% doable. Where are we? I can't wait to see the footage of you walking around like that. Well, do you know what? I think the easy thing, I know I'm a bit behind here. The easy reason why that is so achievable is because when you've got a wig on and you've got maybe some like, I don't know, glasses on like this that are tinted, and you've got a hat on, maybe maybe some sort of flamboyant top to draw as much attention to me as possible. But as we move along through this constant barrage of psyops, right? Seeing people walking around looking like this is going to become quite normal, because there's going to be so many people with so much mental health issues that there'll be people that have come out. But then I like quirky people, you know. Would I approach what I'm seeing now in this reflection because of this webcam? Would I approach me? Probably not. No. But I'd be tempted. But you know, I opened a conversation. It's like, you look, and that's as far as you get. You should just walk around like you one of those people in life who are transitioning. Nobody will dare say anything, fear or being politically incorrect. Do you know what? That would make a really hello, Sky Girl. I don't know how far I've jumped. To any messages, any comments I've missed, I'm really sorry. I'm going to stay on top of it from now on. I do apologise. And welcome to the party, Sky Girl. Yeah, I think I would still get mixed. You know, reactions from people. That there are going to be people out there that are like me, that's going to see a bloke who thinks he's a woman, who's going to be a little bit pissed off, because I know statistically it's very, very unlikely. So it's more likely to be either mental health or a sexual perversion, right? Either one are quite negative, you know. But I would definitely draw attention. I mean, look at the fucking state of me. Look at this. And then, I mean, you take that away. I mean, that is way, way, way more worrying. You know, I'm worried. And that's off the back of me looking at myself. But yeah, watch this space. I had some wigs before, which I got my dad and my brother to wear, and I couldn't stop laughing because their personalities change. Yeah, that does. It does. It's an alter ego, which I think would make things like going into a supermarket and walking around like this a lot easier because you're wearing a mask. You know, even if you're not actually wearing a physical mask, you're still wearing a mask. It's like an alter ego, even if it's just for comedic purposes, you know, as opposed to a perverted one. Only thing missing is the name Terry. Who are you with the wig on? Teresa. It's already been said, but no, it can't be a Teresa. Have you ever seen a Teresa with one of these fuckers? You know, blokes do prefer women that are quite just skin. You know, I like just skin. I'm not a massive fan, but then this is just me, and some women would be annoyed by this, you know. But you know, when they've kind of like, just woken up in the morning, they've got two fucking Tina Turner wigs hanging off the fucking armpits. Ugh. It's not my thing. I like a nice bit of tidiness, but that's just me. But I mean, I'd just like to say that apparently, if you add garlic, onion, and olive oil together, please write that down. Make a mental note. Do what you need to do. Right. And you mix that together, and I can't remember how it's mixed together. That significantly boosts the health of your follicles. Just try not to get it all over you. Don't get your fucking suntan lotion mixed up with that shit. Otherwise, you're going to look like some sort of fucking bipedal chimp. And blokes don't like that shit. Hello, Ray. You all right? How are you doing? You all right? Thanks for joining us. A big bush is king, lol. I know, but Ray, let me just educate you on something, because you're not a man. You're not a man, you know? So you never know. You don't know what it's like to be a man. You throw into the mix a woman that's been a bit lazy down there, right? So you throw into the mix of, say, a one-night stand, right? With a guy who she would probably say hasn't looked after his chin, right? So you imagine that chap being quite into a little bit of, you know, I've forgotten the words. I've ended up going on fellatio. I wish I hadn't done that now because I've cheapened it. There could be some sort of Velcro, like knotting entanglement thing going on, you know? And before you know it, you're in pain down there, because I'm not going to cut my beard to save your bush. No, that's a line I won't cross. Hello, Chrissy. Thanks for joining us, my friend. Much appreciated. Just finished work, having a pint, literally popped on scene. You're on. Hope everything is all good, brother. Yeah, everything's sound. I'm all right. The girls are all right. You know, the world, but how we perceive it is how we perceive it. And as long as you're not a defeatist or a victim, you've got this. I'm so sorry. I do think that's the first time I've ever burped on live stream. This has turned me into a fucking slag. This has turned me into the council estates. Look, the bike. You know, you just burps and farts and fucks. That's it. This. I can't keep it on for much longer because I don't know what's going to happen to me. You know. Big Bush is king. Where am I? Does anyone have any ideas? Any good names for alter ego? Oh, this is going to get interesting. Why don't you throw some down there? Let's have a look. Let's have a look and let's have a laugh, because I think that'd be really good. I really do. You know, I'm sorry if I keep blurring in and out. I don't know what that's all about. So yeah, some sort of alter ego for me, as you are perceiving me right now. You know, but don't forget that I do think that there's a little bit of Zeus in me. You know, just a bit. You know, like, you know. So don't be too cruel. Nah, fuck it, go for it. I'm quite partial to a hairy woman, lol. Are you a bit by the by, as they say? You know, trying to be why am I doing that? What the fuck's happening to me? What's happening? You know, at what point during this live stream is there going to be a point of no return? And before you know it, you know, I'm sitting down to a live stream and the first thing you see is a pair of tits, you know, with a massive fucking cleavage, and this minus that, you know, is taking control already. You look like my Italian friend Lena. Lena sounds fit as fuck. Rosemary First. Rosemary First sounds a bit whorish, like a little bit sluttish. You'd get your teeth flossed, big T. I never thought about that. You know, I've always said that there's a silver lining to every scenario. It's just sometimes it's really difficult to spot, really difficult to see, you know? So going down on a woman that's just like proper fucking Michael Jackson fucking afro there, you know? If you can fucking navigate that and get stuck in there, you would floss your teeth. Statistically, you would floss loads of teeth all at once instead of just one tooth at a time. That's fucking genius. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you for yeah, I appreciate that. It's pure logic, you know. So, did I mention, just getting back to a little bit of preppy stuff, why is this light seems to be getting darker and darker and darker? Bear with me. Right, hang in there, guys. I am going to take this off because it's now I look like a fucking Muslim convert. You just can't win. That should be better. Is that any better? See, a lot of these people buy these big like LED rings. That's better. There we go. There we go. In fact, that's probably, yeah. It's probably a good thing that you didn't get to see the whole whatever that fucking was, whatever came over me. I'm going to leave this down, I reckon. Yeah, you know, I do feel like I should have more people around me that looks the same. Not going Allahu Akbar, you know, none of that shit. More like a ZZ Top support group, you know, something like that. Yeah, so you know, going back into the whole kind of dental care thing, there's going to be loads and loads of people that are at different sort of levels, really, of where they feel that how long their buffer zone, because that's what it is, how long their buffer zone can last. And to be outside of this digital system, you need to be taking care of yourself, because it could literally mean you go into the hospital and then going into the system and going, computer says no. And that's it. You're fucked. There are so many parameters to take into account in regards to moving forward, because they're going to throw everything they've got at it, everything, you know, without being honest with the public, not fully honest. It's like, does your car run okay? Yeah, it runs absolutely amazing. It's amazing. It's like shit off a shovel. It's so finely tuned. It's ridiculous. Right, I'll take it. Right, okay. Cheers. Thanks a lot. Oh, and the brakes don't work. What? Safe journey home. They sell stuff to us, not so much to a lot of us as much, you know, but to the normies, to a lot of our family members, they sell stuff to them subliminally, you know, and there'll be a lot of people out there that think that they can't be captured by their bullshit, but they've got 101 ways of doing it, you know, and I mean, if I turn around to you and say, don't think of a green elephant, you've already thought of a green elephant. We've got psyop after psyop after psyop after psyop after psyop, all slamming into your brains, hour by hour, day after day, and we're managing to navigate that. Well, I feel like I went a bit off topic there, and I'm also thinking that's really fucking bright. What the fuck? I do love birds. Talk to me more. I get defeated with my preps. This is you see, I love comments like that because it gets my brain into gear and it gets everyone else's into gear as well. Because we should be helping each other. We really should, because we're all in the same boat, and we can maintain this boat to the point where we all do all right. You know, honestly, it's a collective. It is a collective effort, and you know, I've learned shitloads from you guys, loads. And I've made loads of adjustments of things that you've said, and you know, and yeah, we're a collective of knowledge, and that's going to make us thrive. It will make us thrive, but we might not have access to the internet for forever, because I'm not prepared to jump through loads of fucking hoops just to get information. I've got enough knowledge already, and enough information, and enough books, the right kind of books to see me through. So yeah, I'm as ready as I'm ever going to be. You know, I think now there's a big chunk of me that's maybe getting ready for other people, because one thing I absolutely fucking refuse to be, and even though that's not a word, but it did sort of fit in there somehow nicely, is a food bank. So the few people that and I mean, I say the few, you know, there's 2,000 people subscribed to the channel, you know, so it's not that secretive, but to the people that are in my circle of friends, circle of family, and then your outer circle and so on. Very few people know what I do. But I will not, those people need to know that I will not be, and they might see this video, I'm not going to be a fucking food bank. I've not put all this effort in, all of this research, all of the anguish, all of the stress in the early part of figuring all this out and dealing with stuff, you know, to be able to just give it all away. It's not happening. That is not happening. And I strongly suggest that maybe you consider putting the same message across. If they know what you're doing and they know why you're doing it, they should be doing the same. Yeah, so let me went off on one there. Sorry, Jordan. I get defeated with my preps. The kids pig it or waste it. The missus is fussy or won't eat it. But get back in gear eventually. Jordan, I don't know what your financial status is like, but personally, in this specific moment in time, if you can afford to buy a shitload of food, especially stuff that can bulk you out, like rice and pasta, various different types of beans, you know, stuff like that, as much as you can. Think it out. Try and science it out, though. Try and make sure you've got balance, right? And then stick it in your loft. Whilst it's in the loft, your missus ain't giving you any shit and your kids aren't nicking it. You know? Now is the perfect time. So no matter what you put up there, it's going to be fine until, what, April, mid-April? Who knows what's going to happen between now and then? So it's a cold storage up there. And the kids aren't going to go up there. They're not going to think, oh, can I be asked to bring Dad's stepladder all the way from the shed drag it all the way through the house, all the way up the stairs, aim it at the loft, open the loft ladder just to see if there's some chocolate up there. No, because they're lazy little fucks. No offense, I'm generalizing, right? We're not going to go through all that. So start utilizing your loft this time of year, mate, because it's cool up there, you know. We're not going to get an Indian summer, none of that bollocks. So I would recommend everyone do that, unless you've got a flat. Obviously, you do stand a risk of really pissing your neighbour off that lives above you if you start fucking smashing through her floorboards. So just think it through. Oh, where are we? But don't be devastated, mate. Just carry on. What's the name of this? Come back, Terry. Yeah, mate. Yeah. It got a bit warm, you know, a bit warm, a bit scratchy, a bit effeminate. Especially when you take into account I've got some sort of Diamante fucking t-shirt on underneath. It didn't work, mate. It didn't work. If my beard was about another foot longer and pure white, I might have kind of done the whole, you know, you shall not fucking pass type shit. I don't think he said it quite like that, but it was close. Collective consciousness. Absolutely. Yeah. Common goals. We all match. Make our choices on what we spend our capital on. I don't go on holiday. Do you know? I do think that it might have looked a bit mad at the amount of the incredible amount of food prep shop hauls that I've done over the last 2 weeks. You know, you add all that up, it was a lot of money, but it's not wasted money. You're not if you put enough thought into what it is you're buying, and I mean really think it through, especially if every penny counts. You just suddenly come to the conclusion it's not wasted at all. It's just that is money properly invested, because it's food. You're always going to eat. I'm trying to figure out what that emoji is, Lana. And whilst I'm doing this, do you know what I'm reminding myself of, Lana? You know, when the aliens out of Aliens are looking at him thinking, should I fucking kill him now? They move their heads like that, but then they've got this extra set of teeth that they go, fucking have it. I think that's the first time I've ever done an impression of an alien, apart from Helm phone. Oh dear. Got plenty of pasta, about 65 kilograms. That's a nice healthy amount, that is, mate. I know most of you will know this already, but probably one of the best pastas to buy, believe it or not, is spaghetti, because there's no holes in it, and they just fit perfectly together. You can stack and stack and stack and stack and stack, and it's easier to ration. So you can get a handful of, say, 30 strands of spaghetti and break it up into 4 parts. And each one of those 4 parts can go into a pot, a separate pot, each separate snaps off, you know, to bulk it out so you've got as much variety in that. Nearly all meals, when the shit hits the fan, it already has, you know, but you'll know what I mean. Bulk it out with as many different things as you can, and try just, yeah, I'm telling people how to suck eggs here. I do apologise. Insurance on what, Chelsea Star? Micro pasta, micro rice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it just breaks down, and it just everything goes a little bit further, and it gives you the illusion of something that you've got. Or you can just leave stuff out of one and just try and zhuzh it up a little bit and buy as many different spices as possible. But don't use all those spices all at the same time, all in one big massive pot. You know, just use these two and a bit of salt and pepper, and then these two with a bit of salt and pepper. So you've got different flavors every single time. Every pot doesn't want to taste like a fucking curry. Every pot doesn't want to taste like a bog standard stew. Every pot doesn't want to taste like a bog standard chili con carne. You've got to zhuzh it up. You know, food fatigue is very real, and it affects your positivity levels. You know, you got to stay chuffed. You got to stay pucker. You know, you'll operate better. You really, really will. Food insurance, absolutely. Yeah. Right, I get you. Yeah. Yeah, it's an absolute no-brainer, and it's something that we've been doing for thousands, if not millions of years. Who knows how many seriously massive catastrophic events have happened in this world? Who knows? We just don't know, you know. So how many times have we been scientifically and technologically reset because of cataclysms? So we've been growing shit during growing. Obviously, some countries have got a longer growing period than we have. I mean, we haven't got it great over in England, in the UK, not really. You know, Cornwall and that they do fare better. They can grow stuff for a bit longer down there. But we've got this short window of opportunity, so we grow as much as we possibly can, and then we've always stored it away for winter. We've always been preppers, all of us, always, or at least from a genetic standpoint. So this shouldn't seem abnormal to anybody. This should come completely natural. This is, again, another indicator of just how programmed people have been. You know, you don't need nature anymore. You know, you don't need that anymore. You can get everything you need in this small area. And that's it. That's what they want. And some of us were never brainwashed. And there are lots of people out there that aren't anymore. You know, don't lose faith. Everything's been made to look like we're making average progress at best. It's propaganda for you. It works very well. That's why they do it. And they've got thousands of years worth of practice. I mean, you look at there have been so many wars won in the past without pretty much firing a single bow, you know, because they've just laid siege to the castle and the castle grounds. No food can get in, no food can get out. So that they start starving, right? Open the door, you know, beat them without anything without any effort, just by surrounding them. And that's a very similar principle as to what they're trying to do to us now, but on a global scale, if that makes any sense. So it's a global, so the whole world is a castle, and I don't like calling them elites. Again, elites are athletes, and just people that are way ahead in their game. These people are just utilized fucking retarded puppets, proper fuckwits that are being manipulated. So you can't really call them elites, and you can't call the people above them elites, because what are they elites at? Making money. That's it. That's not a skill, not really, or at least if it is, it shouldn't be. Drones continually bombing Russia oil refineries. It's all for show, Michael. Nuclear capability, Tomahawk missiles on their way to Ukraine, F-16 fighters, jets on standby. What could possibly go wrong in the near future? Crazy time. It is a crazy time. But Russia is the meat grinder. That's what Russia is. That's its purpose. China is the. I've explained before and said that I went through as a pure coping mechanism from losing Sal, to just buying stuff that I didn't need, just to get those little hits, those dopamine hits, I've sold loads of shit now because why the fuck did I buy that? I'm thinking that about the motorhome. Well, they're dopamine hits, and when people are under pressure and their vibrations are kept low, it's not woo woo, it's fact, right? They tend to appreciate small dopamine hits even more so because they're in a low vibrational range, right? So that's where China comes in, just flogging you loads and loads of shiny precious, so that each time you get a knock on the door or a little card saying your parcel's behind your fucking bin or it's next door or whatever, you're like, oh, it's arrived. That's China's. That and military backup. So each nation all around the world are all playing their part in this. It is literally a case of us versus them. Mainly spaghetti. You can get 500 packs in a large dry dog food bag. Exactly, Jordan. It packs away. You can get your your kilo or few kilo bags of pasta, right? But the amount of air that this is one of the biggest problems that doesn't seem to be a problem, but it is when you start thinking about it. Space is a fucking proper asset for all of us. I don't live in a castle with four wings, I've never signed off going, thanks for joining me, and I think I'm going to sleep in the east wing tonight because I can listen to the peacocks at night. So space is a premium in our own homes, especially cool, dark spaces where every fucking thing needs to be. So with pasta, if you've got bulky pasta in big, bulky bags, the amount of air that's in there is ridiculous. You take spaghetti, no air. It's all slotted together, all of it, perfectly. Nowhere. It's the perfect pasta to pack. I like that. Hey, if I start off my own pasta company, that's going to be my slogan. It is, and it'll fucking work. The perfect pasta to pack. And I'll have some big fit bird like saying it while she's just dangling like al dente spaghetti. You know, I'm not a fucking chav, into her mouth and just chewing it and then swallowing it and going, that's the best pasta to pack. That felt really weird. I do apologise. I think it's because I need a wee, and I've ended up with a spontaneous urinal tract infection, which can affect your brain. So I'll be back. They do say the best things in life are for free, you know, and I think going for a nice long wee is one of them. I do. It's been a long time since I've had this out. And yeah, there is an innuendo in there, and the same applies. These are 3 ornaments I've got in my bathroom. They're not in there now because they're in my hand. One of them, it's a set of 3. There's one. It's pretty obvious what the other 2 are. Yeah. Please don't ever be any of those 3. Where are we? Perhaps where I know no one will look. Yeah, I thought you might do, Jordan, especially if you've got little. Look, I'm going to invent a new word, right? I mean, I'm all right. I live alone, and the girls don't think. Do you know what? I'm going to go up in. I'm going to go in the loft and I fancy a Snickers bar. I'm going to go in the loft and get a fucking Snickers. They don't think like that. And even if they did, they haven't got opposing thumbs. It's impossible for them, right? Other than that, no one's nicking any of my preps. Nobody. So I haven't got that problem. You've got a family. So just sticking them away wherever you possibly can, mate, you know, and especially things that are going to be, they are going to be very, very cheap, but very comforting prep items that slot away into anywhere, and that's those stock cubes. I'm telling you, get loads and loads and loads of, and then you'll think, oh, I've got a shitload now. Frank, I got carried away. You always get carried away. Fuck off. But you'd be surprised at how fast you'd run out of them if you can never get them again. For what they cost, you know, and what they can do. They can chill someone out, give them a hot drink, a hot bovrily drink, you know, or whatever. Just saying. For next to note. But yeah, stick them away, hide them away, and be discreet. Food preps are just common sense. Prices will only go up. Yeah, there was a video that came. I've watched it twice now because it just fascinates me. And it's this guy that this was 5 years ago. He tasked himself to go out and buy a breakfast, a lunch, and a dinner for £1, right? Now, obviously, he could take into account salt and pepper in his kitchen, stuff like that. Just stuff that you've literally bought in for food, for your breakfast, your lunch, and your dinner, right? And he pulled it off, right? Try doing that now. Impossible. That's why gold and silver's gone up. Hey, Sal Mister is in the house. Hello, sweetheart. Welcome to the party. Yeah. So, if you think, fuck me, that's just so expensive. That's so expensive. I don't know if I can afford that. You know. Is that a luxury? Things that we saw as normal. So we had cheap shit, right? Which is pretty much most of the stuff out there now. Because they're feeding Napoleon pig style fucking shareholders, you know? So we had cheap stuff, and then we had mediocre stuff, and then we had posh stuff, you know? Now that mediocre stuff is looking posh because of the cost. But if you're thinking that now about stuff that you're looking at the price of, you're not going to believe how much that stuff's going to cost another year, because the actual rate of inflation, if you reflected it on food, has been a steady increase for the last 4 years. It's not jolted in any one of those 4 years, which, again, that alone I find quite suspicious, because they're manipulating everything softly. If they made everything unaffordable overnight, everything unaffordable, right? Everything. The whole fucking country would erupt. Europe would erupt. So they're increasing everything more and more and more and more, just so slowly in increments, you know? Whereas people like us, we're spotting this, we're seeing, like, hold on, this has gone up another 5 pence. It only came in yesterday. 5 pence was significant 30 years ago, added on top of something. Hold on, this has gone up 5 pence. Yes, I know, I'm very sorry. You know? Now, we don't notice 5 pence. We're noticing 50 pence. You know? You add all those 50 pence pieces up, it's a significant amount of your income. Oh, apologies if I've missed you, Chelsea. Sweet dreams and good night, and thank you for joining us. I had a load of stock cubes, accidentally left them in the shed thinking they would be okay. However, the damp got to them, building them up again. Did you not vac pack them? You need to vac pack them, mate, and then put them in a metal tin, because you know rodents, they're still gonna, you know, as you. So let me just point out, I know it's common sense, but I just want to point it out anyway, right? You've got your 15 by 10 size vac pack bags, right? You're taking each one of those cubes to put 9 in each one, ready to vacuum seal, right? So then you think, right, a vacuum seal. The biggest problem that a lot of people have done this, have made, one of the mistakes they've made, is they've not washed the vacuum packed bag or the hands. So they end up putting stuff like these, you know, these cubes, these stock cubes in these vacuum sealed bags and putting them in the shed, because they need to try and find more and more space to stockpile food, right? Which is sensible. And mice and rats and stuff like that, they can smell the cubes that have been on your fingers and then onto the bag, and they'll just chew through the bag and then chew through your. But yeah, they've got to be kept away from moisture and air. Completely suck dry, which is, that was one of Keir Starmer's favourite chat lines. Oh, hello, Ruth. I'm always so behind. I do apologise. You know, my head goes off on one, and I do try and keep on top, and then I do apologise. You know, this is why we need, and that's another thing we've got. We've for the first time we've gone past the 2,000 mark. You know, and I don't know how I feel about that. You know, where do you draw the line? So anyway, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, nice to see you, Ruthie. Yeah, glass jars, perfect. Glass or vac packed. But then you can buy these things that you just put on top of your jars, and it sucks all the air out of your jars. And I need to, Lana, are you still there? Or Michael, if you can, no, Lana knows what I'm on about. If you can put a link from Amazon into this chat and then send it to me as well, because that's something yeah, brilliant. Do you know what I'm talking about, Lana? It's a cheaper way than buying more oxygen absorbers. You can literally just put it on top of a passata jar or a jam jar or whatever. They do. Only wanting 500 back at the start. I know. And do you know what? I think if I'd have followed the narrative and stayed safe in everything that I said, and not used any naughty words, and I think the channel would have been a little bit bigger than it is. But that's something I never wanted, because I need to make sure that it stays intimate, you know, so that we can all, so that I can, so there's enough time in the day to respond to you, you know, whether it's an email or a comment. But yeah, I did. It was when I got to 1,000, when I was creeping up to 1,000. That's when I asked someone to change the name to Rose Hippie Guy from City Prepping UK, and we have managed to slow it down. But I was kind of hoping that me being off the radar a little bit for the last sort of, however long, apart from the food prep ones, I was hoping that a few might just drop off. That's not happened. We'll see how we go. I've got a backup channel anyway that we can fall back on. We need to fly under the radar. Have you seen the price of three peppers in the shops? They used to be like £1. Exactly. So you add 70 quid on top of 99 pence, because 99 pence is going to make you buy more shit than something that says £1. That 1 pence can make you buy 3-4 times as many things. That difference, Again, it's another psychological trick that they use. But yeah, that's a perfect example there, Ruth, of how much stuff's gone up. It's ridiculous, and they're saying we've got an increase of approximately 3.5% this year on inflation, and I'm sat there going, I smell bullshit, because we know that it's all bullshit. Oh man. So that would be what? Seven. My maths, they're not great. I've got my own version of maths, which is a strange thing to say, I know, right? So going from £1 or 99p to a packet of especially those nice, sweet, elongated red peppers, right, to £1.70 in the space of a year and a half, that could be potentially double what it was. So how can 3 to 4% inflation be double what it was last year? That's more like 90 to 100%. Maybe not last year, but spread out over the last 5 years at least, because COVID hammered, just absolutely fucking obliterated so many businesses, just wiped clean, gone, I'm glad I didn't have a mouthful of water there, Michael, because I wasn't actually sure if everyone had made that connection from Ruth's comment to yours. It was just perfect. And I mean, perfect. It was hilarious. It was fucking hilarious. So yeah, that's where was it? Hi Ruth. I hope you've tidied up your front garden since the last live stream, and I hope you have. Ruth, because it matters. It matters to you, and it matters to me, But now, unfortunately, Michael has just put a very vivid image in my head that I really didn't need. Not tonight. Not on a fucking Friday. So yeah, cheers, Michael. Right. So Lana's just said it has to be specific jars for vac sealer for jars. Right. So it's definitely something worth looking into. Please look into it, and then look at the jars. Please start saving your jars. And I've been saving. I've been saving jars and bottles and containers, glass for years. I've been doing videos on them for years. So look at the obviously, yeah, common sense. I didn't want to sound condescending then, because I know how that was going to sound. But it's definitely a gadget that's worth looking into getting. It really is. He says that's not got one. I'm going to start looking into it now. Link too huge to post in chat. Fair enough, Lana. Thanks anyway. I have that problem all the time. Shit dad joke. I did unsub with my other account. Why? What have you left it? Is it not serving a purpose, or are you planning on expanding your current YouTube channel and getting some stuff out there you think that people might find useful? I wish everyone would do that. I really do. It'd make a massive difference. But it's entirely up to, it's entirely up to the individual. It's just the more voices we've got out there, the better. It's just common sense. And some people are really good at it, and they don't realise they are. I've just sent off for a lion's mane kit because the last one was just so bad, and I do prefer organic. My 3CL is flowering now. Michael, is yours? You dirty bastards! Oh my god! Honestly, I did think I was going to do just a little wee whilst I was sat there, because everything. Oh, there's no air left in me. There's no air left in me. And I've been drinking diuretics. It's a fucking recipe for disaster, especially when you've had a few, right? And then you go, I've got to go to the toilet, and you stand up like that, and it's just big fucking wet patch there, live, I never want to be famous, ever. And I sure as shit don't want to be famous off the back of a fucking viral video where some pissed up skinhead fucking hippie looking type bloke just pissed himself on a live stream. It's not on my bucket list. Where were we? Look up mason jar vacuum sealer. Yes. Right. Let me write that down. I've got me oh yeah, again. It gets old, but I bought that in the hills of Thassos in Greece. It's like a little old lady was just sat there carving them, Loved it. Away from the beaten track. Where are we? Mason jar vacuum sealer. And I feel, and whilst I'm writing, with this, I feel a little bit like a bit Shakespeare-y. You know what I mean? Because I sound like him, and I look a bit like him. Got a nose, 2 eyes, mouth. Mason jar. Ta very much there, Lana. Appreciated as always. Excuse me, I do apologise. Ruth, do that. Please do that. Because every time I thought about that moment, no matter what mood I was in, if it hovered into my mind, I had a proper good chuckle about it. Because it was such a genuine moment of proper British humour. You know? So if you've got the ability to edit that into a short, please do it. You know? And if you can share it with me in its raw format, share it on your channel, I'll share it on mine, and just get a laugh out there, just get a smile out there. If you can make it into a clever short, that'd be brilliant. But then they're not going to have the context of what we were reading on the screen. So I don't know how that's going to work, but good idea, lovely idea. We should always try and just spread positivity. You know, if someone gets into an argument with you, right, and you've had a shit day, you fucking rise up. Before you know it, you've got two people that are fucking going at it. And all of the people around those two people are feeling negative as a result of those two people. You get a negative person, if you bring them down, just go, look, buy a drink, shake your hands, part waves, no problem. Too much stress in the world. Let's not be part of that. Most people would, I don't know if comply is the right word. I don't like the word comply. Most people would maybe apply themselves to that mindset. So you've gone and taken one negative person and turned that into potentially an infinite amount of positivity. You know? I don't know where I was going with that. Oh yeah, you're short. Do a short. Please do a short. Because I think that'd be lovely. I like self-status. Look, I've got to be honest with you, Ruth. I really, honestly, because I know you're right. I know that you're a Christian woman, so I know that you're wholesome. You know, because it sort of does come with the territory. You know. So sometimes I'm surprised, but then I'm not surprised at the same time, you know, just how naughty you are. You are naughty. You are, you know, you're a proper little dark horse, but in a lovely, lovely way. You're loved. You are. Let's go try. If I haven't caught you in time, Jordan, I apologise. If I have, good night, brother, and sleep well. Have a good weekend. Because those postcards are so British. You know, we keep getting bombarded with videos from X and Rumble and various other platforms of just our cities and towns being just completely taken over. Where white men and white women just feel like dots on dominoes, you know, like it's not our country anymore. So putting stuff like this out based on the fact that we you know, we've got a very specific sense of humour. The UK, it's unique to the world. There are countries, English speaking countries. I mean, America has only really just started to kind of get it, you know. Some have had it for a few years, for quite a long time, but I think the majority of people have only just started to get our sense of humour, and that's a good thing, because that's two nations coming together under humour, which sounds stupid and random, but that's actually a really, really important and positive thing. You won't believe the power of humour if it's British. Laughter is contagious. It is, but so is fear, right? So from what I've been reading, what I've been listening to, what I've been taking in, right, is the fact that the three most contagious elements of the human psyche are fear, humour, and courage. I can't think of any others that are more contagious than those three things. So if two out of the three top most contagious human emotional elements are positive, then we're 66.666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666666. I learned some things in maths, it wasn't my forte, but hey ho. Carry on live stream. I like that, Michael. That's lovely. Digital ID protests in London tomorrow. Protests don't make any difference. Apart from maybe the fact that if they become so big, it's impossible to disguise on mainstream media, right? Which means that that's going to catch the eye and the attention of people that are still on the cusp of waking up to start paying more attention. What was so significant that's made all of those gather together so passionately that it's literally taken over a massive portion of the fucking city of London. So they start asking questions, and then they start asking questions in pubs, and then people start overhearing other people's conversations in pubs, which is happening a lot. But that's pretty much the limit to protest, because it's not, other than that, other than the potential butterfly effect, it's pointless, because it's proven to do nothing, or have previous massive marches and protests been the reason behind why so many people have woken up? I don't believe that theory, but it's a possibility, But it does seem that protests and petitions are just pointless, It's like, oh, look how many people have signed this petition. You just throw it away. Fuck them. Every single thing is just flipped. Everything is inverted. Everything, So it was people like us as a collective telling our representative to go into Parliament, tell them that this is what we want, and they go, right, we'll find out. It's reasonable, we'll find out how we can do it. We'll implement it. Now it's flipped, And now we've got a tyrannical government and it needs to be removed. And we have the right to do that. And it's not just law, it's just common law. And it's not just common law, it's natural law. You know, if you've got a bit of a cunt, right, of a predator that keeps taking out your fucking sheep, if you're going to starve without those sheep, you've got to take out the predator. You know? And even then, there'll be people out there now that are going, predators' lives matter. Let me get a top up. Oh no, do you really want to wee? Do we? Oh, to all dog owners out there, we've all been there. I think the worst part of having one of these beautiful furry family members is losing them too soon. I think the second worst thing is picking up their shit and your finger goes through your poo bag. Storm, in. Come on. Or pulling shitty grass out of their arsehole. When you can't find a leaf, your hands are full, so you have to use your teeth. Well, no, I've not touched wood. I've never encountered a scenario like that, but I'm sure it's happened. You know. Do you know? I could maybe. Do you know what? Right, Michael. I could start the other channel up and call it, rename it, Carry On live stream, and just do live streams from that channel, but in a carry on, you know, 60s, 70s, 80s level. No, it's too much. There's too much. I've been looking into the benefits of oregano. As oregano oil, Ruth, is unbelievable stuff. I know you're not talking about oregano oil in your comment, but it's amazing stuff, mind blowing. And I say that a lot about a lot of things because a lot of these things they really are, you know. But oregano oil, but it's so expensive because you wouldn't believe how much oregano you need to grow in order to get enough oil. You know, it's the same as rosehip oil. You can take the man out of Radford, but you can't take the Radford out of the man. Rosehip oil, right? A lot of people say, "Oh yeah, I got some rosehip oil. It's so good for my skin." I don't know why I had to be a camp fucking bloke with a beard then. But I think it's usually women that buy these products, you know. So I think that's what I was doing. But it's not. That's not rosehip oil, because the amount of rose hips that they need in order to extract just 10 mil of proper rosehip oil is ridiculous, because they've got to open up the rose hips, get the seeds out, because that's where the oil is, and then extract and then cold press. Otherwise, people won't be interested. cold press the seeds to get the rosehip oil out of them. So anyway, rosehip oil, oregano oil, dog's bollocks, but expensive. And for most people that have just got a back garden, you know, and some people who haven't even got that, you can't grow enough, you know. In the back garden. I could have started there again, Ruth. You were wide open there, and me using that term that just then makes it even worse. So I'll read your comment. I've been looking into the benefits of oregano as I have a plant in the back garden. Wow, just wow, shall I say? I'd be quite surprised. Oh, you're in the shower, like, what the fuck is that? And that makes me assume then, Ruth, that you've got a hairy arse as well, which is even worse. How did it come to this? You know? Let me reset. Wow, just wow, shall I say? I'm going to start having a cup of oregano tea a day now, probably with a slice of lemon. The slice of lemon is very important because a lot of people don't realize, and I'm sure, you know, I'm sure most of you do, that when you drink stuff, if you drink it with fresh lemon juice, it absorbs quicker, you know. So lemons are worth getting in. It's just a shame we can't grow our own. Because my dad's just had keyhole surgery to remove 3 kidney stones, and they were big, like, you know, over 1 centimeter diameter. And so you're not passing that, not without crying like a 9-year-old, you know. So they had to be surgically removed, and I've just been trying to come up with ways to get him to start hydrating more. And the whole lemon thing was my first go-to, you know, because he'll drink coffee and then water from the tap with cordial from fucking wherever. It's got God knows what else in there. So I just said, at least put some pure lemon, proper fresh lemon juice in there. Please do that. You know, took some doing. They're so set in their fucking ways, you know. But we love them, you know. Where are we? But yeah, that's a great idea, Ruth. And maybe a sage tea, you know. Sage tea. I know you're still quite young, lass. Just saying. But if you're having anything, you know, any issues with the whole kind of menopause thing, like whether it's pre or post, you know, it can help. It can help. It does help. Not that I've been told it helps, you know, and there's a lot of literature out there and a lot of studies out there that says it helps as well. So, and sage is an evergreen, so you can pick from it all year long. You might strip it completely bare by the end of winter because it's not going to grow more, but it's definitely a good plant to grow. There are so many. I mean, look at rosemary. I mean, oh my God, that stuff's amazing. I've got to go out and buy more plants now, so I need at least 2 more plants. Herbal is just as important as your food. Growing herbal herbs, growing beneficial herbs, medicinal herbs in your garden is just as important as growing food. So if you can find some way of striking some balance there of, you know, rosemary grows really well with, say, turnips or something. I don't know if that's the truth. or just so you can get things to coexist with each other, and you've got natural medicines as well. I mean, the first ever Boots chemist didn't sell all of this fucking prescription big pharma disgusting poisonous shit. When Boots first opened up in 1849 by John Boot, the Rockefellers had already moved in and started to shift all of the real healers out of the way and vilified them, and it just took over with their fucking snake oils. So John Boot opened his first Boots in Nottingham, Goosegate, by the way, as an affordable herbal and natural medicinal affordable alternative to what the doctors were giving out that were made of fuck knows what. And that's how Boots started. It was good. It was a good thing. But then it just eventually became, greed took over with family members, and it ended up becoming corporate and becoming the fucking scummy thing that is today, but still being trusted because it's called Boots. It's all right, it's from Boots. It's safe. Oh, I don't know where that fucking started off from. I've just bought a book. Right, so all I'm going to do now is read, and then I'll try and remember back and then respond. Just bought a book on herbal medicine. If you, Sal Mishra, if you've got get the green diary, the green pharmacy. Make sure you get the green pharmacy. It's called the Green Pharmacy. It's not tough to remember. You'll be all right. Fuck me, they're packed in tight. Green Pharmacy, and then this one. Right? And when you start getting into creating your own stuff and then learning about the stuff that you've got growing around you, nettles and hawthorn and stuff like that, it's quite common. And then start looking into what health benefits they can provide you, because you can access them, and then figure out ways on how you can, turn it into a medicine for people. And then that could be a sideline, an income for you. And that income can just be food, just to ride the waves until we come back to shore again. And we will. Where are we? I'm never good at growing herbs. Practice makes perfect. I promise you, it really does. And I've always had house plants, always, but I kind of got to know them as they got to know me. And so I knew how much to water them and when to water them. And I've got a plant that's been with me nearly 30 years, and I've just had to repot it because I take it out during late spring to early autumn. I take it outside so it gets to experience proper nature, apart from the shit the spraying from the skies, but and I take it out then and then I bring it in now, which is what I've done. And the winds were so strong it smashed the pot, so I've had to buy a new pot for it. But I've had that forever. I don't know why I went on about that. Just all I'm saying is practice makes perfect, and you start to understand plants, certain plants, and you start to. It's a never-ending learning experience. Growing fruit, vegetables, herbs, growing anything, because they've all got different requirements, just like all mammals have, you know. But it's such a beneficial route to go down as far as learning's concerned, because not only are you learning a skill that's going to benefit you and the people around you, you're also, when you really get into it, you can constantly in direct contact with nature, which is, you know, the absolute best antidepressant that's known to mankind or any other kind. So it's a win-win-win-win-win-win-win-win. If on medication, check with your doctor. Yeah, always check stuff out for make the most of some of all of these search engines. But again, it's good to get books in that cover these questions. Get books in, because they're fucking around with information on the internet now. They're just starting to mess around with the truth, and it's happening here, there, and everywhere. So if you've got a book, you can say, well, hold on a minute, you know, this was accurate to what I read last year on Google. Now it says something completely different. What the fuck? That's going to become commonplace. I guarantee it. So get as much information in as you possibly can, in whatever way you can. Mint is easy to grow. Yeah, mint's a cracker. Yeah. Raw. Calm down, Terry. Fucking hell. Bit over enthusiastic there, kiddo. You know what I mean? Chill. So I mentioned about this. I don't know if I've mentioned this already or not. I had it lined up, but I get sidetracked from time to time. So I did share a book about holistic dentistry, which is really important. It's so important that we get our heads around doing stuff for ourselves, at least from a preventative standpoint, right? So that we don't need to go back to the dentist for this. We don't need to go back to the dentist for that. We don't need to go back to the GP for this or that, you know. And hopefully people within your sub community, this is pie in the sky at the moment, but a reality, a possible reality, that enough people have got enough first aid around them to know how to deal with more serious injuries, you know. But as going back to the teeth and being and the dental side of things, that book that I showed you, I did show you. I'm sorry, I am sorry, but I am going to show you it one more time, just so that you know. This is the book. I'm not affiliated with anyone. I'm not making any money out of this. Nothing like that. I'll tell you if I was. So off the back of that book, there was some truth behind the whole chewing gum thing, right? When you chew and you're chewing and chewing, it activates your saliva glands, right? And your saliva glands are your mouth's natural defense for your teeth. And not just your teeth, it goes way deeper than that. Please do some research. Your teeth, the bacterial balance in your mouth and your tongue, and all of your mouth. The list goes. That's another rabbit hole on its own, right? But chewing gum activates your saliva cells. Saliva. Right. And that saliva it neutralizes the pH balance of the acid that's given off from the plaque that that is basically a waste product of the plaque. Now, there is something that you can there is something you can take that can help to balance that out even more without ruining the good bacteria in your mouth. And there is good bacteria, right? I'll show you the mints in a minute. Again, I'm not affiliated to any of these people. Buy it from whatever fucking buyer you want. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. This is not a profit thing. It never has been and it never will be. Just information that we should all be sharing with each other for free, because we're on the precipice of something absolutely bonkers. So when I see people making money out of that, it fucking irritates me. Right, so, and I've got it in front of me. I had to write it down earlier on. So look into this yourself. You know, it is quite interesting, okay? And we could do with all the help we can get, because we're drinking, you know, acidic shit, and you know, fruit's quite acidic, and especially our canned fruit. That out of all of the cans that you've put aside, it's likely your canned fruit will chew its way through the can before any of your other put away food in cans, you know. So and we need to eat fruit, really, you know. We do. You can't beat it. It's roughage, it's fibre, and it's vitamin C and various other vitamins and minerals. Even if it's been grown somewhere shit, which is what most of our food's grown from. Which is why, anyway, I'm going off subject. So in regards to that book, right, there's something called xylitol chewing gum, right? But there's something called xylitol anyway. You can get xylitol mouthwash. You can get there's a range. Just xylitol. I'll spell it out for you. XYLITOL. Xylitol, right? So what it does essentially, because we've got to look after our own teeth, we can't rely on the idea of being able to go to a dentist because we won't be able to produce any identification if or when it gets to that point. So prevention has always been better than the cure. It's total common sense, total. So doing whatever we can do to mitigate any issues we might have further down the line is going to be a plus for us. Seriously fucking important, you know? So I came across Pierre. I'm not quite sure how else to pronounce it. I didn't really think about that until now, because I know that as I'm pronouncing that, I'm sounding like I'm someone that maybe needs some, I don't know, powerful psych medication or a quick kosh on the head until I come back to normal, a little bit of a reset, because I can hear what I'm saying. And I don't know. I know that in like places like, you know, Scandinavian places have got those two dots on the top. So I don't know if that changes the pronunciation, but all I know is to call it Pierre, and it's embarrassing. And it's a chewing gum, aspartame free, blah 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 free, and it's got xylitol in it. Whenever I say in it, I always feel like going in it. Especially with this. When you go to Bradford and you've got a Muslim with a beard like this who wants to be black living in England. Let that sink in. Low IQ. Okay, now I'm so sorry. I think I've come down with something. Oh, have I missed? Am I missing some filth here between you two? Get a fucking room. It's going okay now. Thanks, Michael. Went out and come back in again. I don't know what the context is with that scrolling up, but I'll leave that between you two little lovebirds. I've propagated rosemary from a shop bought bag. Just take the bottom leaves off stems and put in water and it will grow roots. Whoa, nice one for that, Ruth. I don't want to forget this, and I always make a file of certain things that I've thought about during a live, because because off the back of that vinegar I've made, don't worry, we'll get into more interesting stuff. Information like this is so valuable to anyone that's preparing, and to anyone that's not preparing, you're going to find life extremely challenging for an undisclosed length of time. So to anyone that's laughing at people like us, you really shouldn't be laughing at us. You should be listening to us. You really should. So I'm sure I've got shitloads of plants, but there are a few that I thought through. Now in my front room, I've got a multi-fuel burner, multi-fuel stove. Now I know that even when you go, put another log on, so you're thinking, I'm going to put another log on. So you open the handle like that, you turn around, you pull your jeans down. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I don't know where that came from. That's proper dirty potty humour, British. As you open the door to your log burner, you've got particulates coming out. Now, our governments, our local councils, they turn around and go, these particulates are going to kill you. They're going to fuck you up whilst they're still selling cigarettes in shops. Yeah. They want our ability to heat our homes to be under their control and not ours. That's where all this shit's coming from. But because I would like as much fresh air in my front room as possible, I've got 3 flourishing peace lilies and 2 mother-in-law plants and a yucca. Now, the first one mentioned, the peace lily, incredible for drawing in particulates out of the air, right? And it's a broadleaf plant, gives off loads of oxygen. That's in the window, the bay. And then I've got 2 mother-in-law's tongs. It's going to be boring for some people to hear this, but you won't believe how important this is. If you can get plants in your house that are not kind of going to die if they don't go with it a couple of days without water, right? They could go to help to maintain an oxygenated room if you've got all of your cracks and holes and seals and gaps all sealed off for whatever reason. Just saying. Yuccas, they're quite low down on the list, but I think they're still in the top 10, But I think peace lilies are in the top 3. I don't know. I just went again off on a tangent there. Aloe vera and peace lilies. They are. But nobody seems to be taking full advantage of what aloe vera can do for you. There is a little bit of processing involved. You've got to get rid of the shit between the outer green layer of the leaves, of each one of the leaves, and the actual see-through jelly stuff in the middle. There's like a really slimy, disgusting thing, like liquid, gloopy liquid, in between the outer leaf and the stuff that you want. You just got to get rid of that. But it doesn't take much, you know. Do it in big batches, you know. It's well worth it. The benefits are great. Look them up, please look them up. But a lot, like I say, a lot of people can't be asked for fucking about. And let's cut the leaves off, cut the green off. Let's rinse that off. Let's soak that for a while. Bring it back out. Give it another rub off. Soak it for a while. Get it back out again, and then chop it up into cubes. You know, it's no big deal. Considering the health benefits. Or peace lilies. Oh, he's done that. He's one of them. 666. I'm one of them. Some gave me a Chinese money plant. It has round leaves, beautiful plant, and it's had babies already for me to pot on and give away. I love house plants. You see that this is the thing though. This is why so many people I know have now got a fucking aloe vera plant, because I can't destroy life. If every single bit that sprouts from one of the plant, I see that as a baby plant of that plant. I can't kill a baby, you know? So I have to give them away. Every now and then I've had to make harsh decisions, and I just don't like it. But yeah, you know, if I had every single biological part of every single plant that started off from one plant, my kitchen would be just overtaken, completely overtaken. And this is why you need to use it, because otherwise you're just wasting something that's amazing, you know. As long as it falls within one of the 43 different species. I think it's 43 or is it 43 or 53? 53. The rest are fine. I know mine's fine. There are certain tests you can do. Look into it. But they are very, 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 very beneficial. Just, you have to mess around with them for a little bit. That's all. Spider plants, again, they're another one. It's just like, let's just keep going. But we're taking over the world. Yeah, I know. Let's just keep going. The same thing. You just, at least if you swap spider plants for strawberry plants. Although strawberry plants are just, you know, they do die off over, yeah, well, swings and roundabouts. At least you get strawberries from strawberry plants. I have two big money plants. They are lovely. They are beautiful, succulents, but have they got a use? Is there a benefit? You know, this is, it's so sad, because I've just mentioned earlier on, I don't like killing anything unless it's a cunt human, you know. But as far as purity, pure life is concerned, can't kill it, right? Unless it takes a bite out of me, you're having it, right? If it wants to suck blood out of me, you're having it. If you're going to bite me, you're fucking having it. If you're going to kick me, you're having it. You know, an eye for an eye. Gandhi said, an eye for an eye will make us all blind. Fuck you, Gandhi. But yeah, just, I would recommend that you just grow stuff that you can use. And now is probably the only time that that's ever been the case. Literally getting back into victory gardens inside our homes and out, you know? But finding a use for every single plant. You know, I can't eat peace lilies and I can't eat mother-in-law's tongues or a yucca, right? But they're purifying the air in there. So that room's going to be the most oxygenated room in the whole house. And then you throw heat into that, and then cooking on top of that stove and the steam coming off that. Balanced out, could be a pretty decent environment in there, you know? Plants are important inside and out, whether it's to feed you or to aid you medically, or, you know, there's just so much research to do. It's ridiculous, you know, almost never ending. In fact, probably never ending. Which is why it's so important that the more of us that do this research, the more we're prepared as a collective for anyone to ask any question about anything and probably get some semblance of an answer. This is just another reason why division is so important to these monsters. Because as a collective, that's a lot of knowledge and a lot of wisdom, you know, and a lot of skills. And I think this is the first time I've ever tried to break up a piss break with conversation. But I am a big lover of thirsts. I do feel about maybe 3/4 of a stone lighter after that. And no, maybe a lot more than that. I do think that I've just contributed to rising sea levels. Let me have a fag and have a read. I love what we do on a Friday, you know. I love it. I just wasn't in the right frame of mind last week, you know. And it's when we do another one, I realise what I've missed. It's lovely for us to all get together like this. It's good. It's good for us. Christmas cactuses are easy to grow and make your day when they flower. Yeah, but they don't. But they don't flower for very long, right? I've got to agree with you. They are beautiful. They are. They're gorgeous. I love all plants. I love all life. I just struggle with certain aspects of humans. At least the rest of life is pure. It is what it is. It's either a vicious little fucking bastard that will tear you apart, or a kind, gentle butterfly, you know, and everything that in between. Whereas people are just so complex. In fact, you can't even use the word complex sometimes, because some people aren't they're not that complex. They're just narcissists. They're just cunts, you know. They're just horrible bastards. Whereas nature isn't like that. Nature's not like that. It is what it is. And I love that. So I can't kill anything on purpose. What was that off the back of? I need to make sure that I can provide some context. Disclaimer, I'm not a mass murderer, you know, I'm not a serial killer. Let me just make sure I can. Beautiful planet, and it's had babies. Oh, I think it was to do with plants. I went right off on one with plants. Oh, cactuses, yeah. Again, it reverts back to what you can't get anything from. I don't think there's anything in a Christmas cactus that you can benefit from a health perspective, a natural health perspective is concerned. So if that Christmas cactus, albeit very easy to look after, and it's like, right, there's a drought, I can only put water on the fruit and veg that I'm growing, the cactus will be fine. There is that element, but you could grow something that's almost as hardy that can give you some medicinal benefits, you know, like a what the fuck are you called? We should be talking about them. Oh my god, aloe vera, just like aloe vera. You know, they're tough. They don't want water every day. Mother-in-law's tongues. You know, you give them too much water, they'll just rot. And then with peace lilies, they let you know. They let you know before they die. They let you know. It's like, okay. And you sort them out, and that's it. Boom, back into life. You get to know your plants. But I just think during the current crazy climate that we're in, any and all house plants that you've got, apart from maybe one or two majestic trees and shrubs that you might have that are just decorative, but you've had them for years and blah, 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 that are slow growing, and it's took a lot to get them to that magnificence, like aces. Other than that, try and focus on plants that are going to benefit you and benefit your health. So food you can eat, and food you can make medicines from. Just for the interim. And if you haven't got enough room at home to do that, go on a bit of a recce and have a look around. Just stay safe. I never thought I'd say stay safe. It was just such a, back in the day, the term stay safe was such a go-to term, you know. They used to irritate me. I'm thinking, stay safe from what? Right? I put my mask on to sit down, not me, never, not once, ever, right? The only time I've put face masks on are bandanas when I've been walking through swarms of midges and, but yeah, that was countryside, in the middle of the countryside. Or if I'm on a brisk walk and it's like -4, -5, and you can't feel your nose, I call them man snoods. You can't call them a snood and still say, well, I'm still a man. You just can't. And there's loads of different things you can do with them. I don't think I've got one to hand. But you can put them up over your face, you know, just keeps your nose and your mouth warm. And I've gone winter wild camping, -10, -15 degrees, freezing cold. And I've had one over my head, and then I've had one from my neck overlapping the one over my head. And I've been able to breathe through them, no problem. And it's kept me snug. Where the fuck was that conversation from? Yeah, never wore a face mask, but I can't remember what I said before that. Oh. Yeah, so maybe consider the practicalities of a plant mass murder, a plant genocide in your home, so that you can replace the plants that you've got with plants that are going to provide you with some sort of medicinal assistance, you know? Plant genocide. Oh, can you imagine, right? If you've been like, I'm not saying not all vegans are like that. I've met a few, right? None of them very strict. And you use the term like herbal genocide or plant genocide, because that's what it is for these people, you know? It's like, oh, look at this beautiful corn. Slash, I'm fucking eating that. Yeah, we do that to animals, and we're bang out of order. We're designed to be the line down, the yin yang of meat and vegetables, you know? I didn't think I'd do an impression of a crazy bastard eating an ear of corn tonight. That's another thing that I love about our live streams, because you never know. You never know. Where were we? Our house must be really dusty. My peace lilies. I have to clean the leaves every so often. Well, it depends on, I mean, to be honest with you, Ruth, I can imagine, and this is not a sexist thing. In fact, if anything, it's a lovely thing, in my opinion. Chicks are, and a lot, again, I'm old fashioned. So an affectionate way of calling women chicks, you know, or ladies, or, you know, just something very traditionally British, but it's meant in the nicest way possible. Chicks, they love fairy lights and candles, you know, and stuff like that, you know, and some beautiful LED lights and just subtle lighting around the house. Blokes, I think we, you know, some of us quite like it, you know. Yeah, it's got a nice, yeah. It does bring about a nice ambiance, as Sal would say, right? So I would kind of yeah, just women are a lot more about you can it's, I tell you, and I think that's another interesting thing about the man woman dynamic when they first move into a house together, because you'll get some sort of struggle, right? Because he's going to want it to be a little bit masculine in the home. The woman's going to want it to be more feminine in the home. And that's going to be a battle when they first move into their first house together for ages. And then until there's some sort of balance struck. And I'd say 9 times out of 10, the chick wins. But yeah, so Ruth, I reckon you probably get your fire going a bit more often, and I bet you've had it going quite a few times this year already. But then if your flue's quite open, there are little. This isn't helping. There are little kind of little things you can move from left to right and up and down on your stove, and that's not helping either. But I've got an each. Oh, that's so much better. So if you're burning stuff on a regular basis, then that dust is going to, every time you open your stove, that those dust particles are going to come out, and they're going to go everywhere because they're so lightweight, and then it's obviously usually from a hot room, so those particles are going to get lifted upstairs into your bedroom and all sorts. Again, this is the importance of having stuff like peace lilies and anything you can get in your bedroom just to oxygenate your bedroom. Your lungs are designed to take particles. Your lungs are tougher than you could possibly imagine, as long as you try and look after every other aspect of your body, because your body's like a orchestra, and your soul is the conductor. Look after your soul. Where are we? Have you got a budgie as well? So Sal Misra. Oh, Sal Misra, by the way, was I right in trying to identify your parrot? And no, I'm not being dirty. That's a genuine question. Everyone, I think people expect an innuendo when I come out with anything that's random like that. But every now and then, it's not. She genuinely has got a big furry. Again, this is sounding worse, but I got a photo. I think it's an African grey, and they're just stunning macaws. Beautiful, so intelligent, and some of these birds have outlived humans. People take on birds like that, not thinking about the fact that about their future care, because but anyway, beautiful bird. So just surprised you've got a budgie as well, because it's like two proper different ends of the spectrum, but again, both intelligent. Birds are so intelligent. I love birds, and the feathered kind. I don't know why I went all creepy. Oh my gosh. Baby plants. I have lots of spider plants. Oh yeah, they just take over. They just sprout out just like strawberry plants. But if they could grow like that indoors all year round and produce more and more strawberry plants, which is what I've done from one set of strawberry plants, then you don't need to buy any more strawberry plants. And seed saving and all of these things. And then going out and trying to find spots where you think no one else will go, and the vegetable or fruit that you plant wouldn't be recognisable to the typical normie eye. And I don't like to use the term normie because it's still division, But guerrilla gardening, just planting stuff in other places just to expand your garden, so but you make sure you can access it safely. There's so much we can do, and then map out where you've seen stuff. Just map it out in your head, and you'll be all right. Yeah, they're still spraying some mad shit. I don't know if anyone saw that post I put in the post section, because this rain's coming down everywhere, not just on the land in your garden, your front garden, Ruth. It's coming down everywhere, including beaches.
right? So there was a guy with a magnet, and he managed to capture loads and loads of this this horrible metal, you know, the what's it called? Just when you, and never ever forget it, graphene oxide, collecting it all up and then showing what it does, you know, how mental this stuff is. Yeah. Good night, Ruth. I'm sorry if I missed that. And thank you for joining. And have a lovely weekend. A really, really lovely weekend. You all deserve one. You all do. Streams are a proper tonic for everyone who gets involved. All right. Well, it's a nice thought. It's a nice thought, Michael. I hope so. You know, because escapism is good. But I think escapism for people like us isn't. We don't do the whole. We don't do the go-to that most other people go to as a form of escapism. We don't go to a PlayStation. We don't go to fucking Facebook or whatever. We either go to knowledge or expanding ourselves on more knowledge, you know, or music. Music's a big one, you know, and films. I love films. I just love films. But the more new stuff that I watch, I'm seeing all of these little signs in there, and it does my fucking head in. So I'm having to try harder and harder to overlook these woke inserts into these films, just so I can try and enjoy the film, you know. So it is irritating. But yeah, there are ways of kind of separating yourself from the world while still being part of what's happening at the same time. And I think us as a collective, I think we've managed to pull that off. And I love that. I love it. It's priceless. And it's down to everyone's played an integral part in that. You know, I've just provided a platform. That's all. You were born with canine teeth, which are there for tearing meat. Just saying. Well, do you know what, Michael? If you was to speak to a Rastafarian, for example, he would say that these sharp little bastards here are for tearing into tough fruit. So just another example of what level of division these fuckers can come up with, you know, down to fine details like that. You see, I understand why a lot of vegans are vegans. I do, right? Would I enjoy having a kind of a drizzle of you know, kind of really expensive Manuka honey into my mouth and think about the fact that it's been lapped up by a bee and then into a perfect shape that is symmetrical, 100% symmetrical, and they've built that. Would I enjoy the honey as much? It would probably take the edge off a little bit, you know, but it's vegans, proper hardcore committed vegans won't even eat honey because it's an animal product. Well, my point's always been can plants feel pain? Now, there is some evidence out there that states that they can. So when you're hacking away at a fucking whatever, you know, to get whatever, because it's a plant and not meat, not biological in a meat sense where it's got. Anyway, what's the difference, really? I think there is a difference. I do, and I get why a lot of people are vegans. I think, you know, but I'm not. I think. Let me put it this way, right? If you can put eating demographics into a group, you'd have 3, really. No, 4. So you'd have your omnivore, which is what I am. You'd have your vegetarian, which is okay with dairy and honey, stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. You've got your vegan, and then you've got your carnivore. So I've heard of people that have been just eating grass-fed beef, pretty much raw. And everything that cow has taken on, you're taking on through that beef. Loads of vitamins but again, I think 2 of those out of the 4 are unhealthy because you're missing out on so much just by eating beef. And with being a vegan, you're missing out on so much being a vegan. You don't need to go that extreme. On top of that, you're vegan, you're carnivore, and to some degree, your vegetarian is going to find things really, really, really fucking hard in an SHTF situation. Then take into account gluten intolerant people, dairy intolerant people, gluten and dairy intolerant people, people intolerant to this, intolerant to that, intolerant to this, intolerant to that. You know, you take all those things into account, you've got to be as kind of broad thinking. If you're a vegan, but you're not allergic to eating squirrel, right? You won't be a vegan forever. I can guarantee you that. And if a vegetarian in a shit hits the fan scenario, same applies to a vegan, right? And the shops have been looted. You know, they've been stripped within 3-4 hours of anything useful, right? And all you've got left is what's in your cupboards. And you've run out. You eventually run out. Your kids are hungry, you're hungry. Your next door neighbour is called Terry, and he offers you a bacon sandwich because that's all he's got. Are you going to turn that down for you and your kids? Are you? So if you don't turn it down, you no longer. So you either stay a vegan and turn it down and watch your kids starve, or you get it down you and your kids get some sustenance, which will inevitably point you out to be a virtue signaler. Because everything should always boil down to the nitty-gritty. Because that's where the truth is. Just something to bear in mind. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your budgie, Salmishra. I do apologise, darling. My parrot is 50 years old. His previous owner died. So was that right, Salmishra? Is it an African grey? Because all I saw was a photo of it. And but I do know my birds, you know. I don't know them all, you know, but I do know probably more than the average person. I loved bird watching when I was a kid, you know, and then that kind of transitioned, you know, and I was bird watching more and more and more past puberty, but with less feathers. Do you know what I mean? Oh, she's gone to bed. Oh, I didn't realise. So, just out of curiosity, but put a little bit of proper, decent, rational thought. A good 30 seconds of rational thought behind producing your answer, right? So this is to everyone. Put 1 for yes and 1 and 2 for no, right? Do you think that the digital ID slavery system will succeed? Be honest. But take a moment to think about it. Think about your position that you're in, and how you can maneuver out of it or not. Take that into account. So 1, we can get out of this. 2, we're going to be stuck in it, or at least for a while. You see, I read, just like most people, I read signs and signals and patterns, and, you know, all of us have got critical thinking minds. And as a result of that does give us a bit of an edge, because we're kind of looking from the outside looking in, you know. We get a broader perspective on things. Again, you see, I can see both my hands out of my peripheral, and I can see my hands wiggling as well. And that is right out of my direct line of sight. And that is how everyone needs to be right now, is just stood right back, taking it all in. And again, and I've said, take breaks and too much information and information overload. But then there is an element of information overload that's good for you, because it reverts back to the whole school of hard knocks thing. The more you're impacted, the more it kind of goes in. Whereas if you kind of drip fed stuff, which is what most people in the mainstream media grasp, you know, that audience is experiencing, just like a drip feed of bullshit mixed in with the truth. Whereas we're standing back and taking in the peripheral, you know. We're on the outside looking in. We've got a better view of things, especially if you stay focused. And again, that's a really difficult thing for a lot of people to achieve at the moment, because, you know, to a lot of people, this is there are so many people out there that are overwhelmed in so many different ways, you know. So informationally, you know, we've got like two, three, four different angles on one thing. We've got God knows how many wars going on. We've got a cost of life, a cost of living crisis, which has been completely orchestrated. We've got the contrast of our indigenous serving, a lot of them vets, most of them vets, which is why they've got PTSD and they're on the streets, because they've disassociated themselves from the real life because they've seen shit that's done their fucking heads in, living on the streets with winter coming up, probably one of the worst winters we've had for a long time, whilst we've got cockroaches in hotels where people have managed to crack open a fire door that's just been left open. They've walked in there and they've been hit with a wave of heat, because that's what these people are used to from their home country, their war-torn country like Egypt or Turkey. You know, full on in your face of heat. The amount of money that would cost for a fucking hotel that houses 250, 300 people, right? Versus the fact that we've got our elderly that more now than ever are thinking heat or eat. We've got to keep an eye on them. You must know someone on your street. Looking on them. Hello, Coco. It's so diabolical, isn't it? Yes, veterans are suffering PTSD, no help whatsoever. It's exactly that they've been cannon fodder, and they've always been cannon fodder, you know, for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years. That's all they are. Sign up, strip them down of their personalities as much as they can, rebuild them into a killing machine, and then send them into a fucking literal meat grinder, which will be Russia. So so for the people that have experienced action, you know, in probably mostly Iraq and Afghanistan, they've come home and that's it. They've just been, well, you're unfit for duty, pretty much unfit for purpose, because you failed massively on your psych evaluation. So we'll let you go. You know, you can collect your pension, but isn't much, you know, ridiculously low amount of money because you've only been in the army for a couple of years. The longer you're in the army, the better your pension. The higher your rank, the better the pension. But the higher the rank and the longer you've served, the more of a robot and the more of the humanity you lose, the more of the robot you become. So is that worth a really nice pension? I don't think they've invented a robot that enjoys pensions. Anyway, thank you for joining us, Coco. I don't recognise your username, so I assume that you've just happened by us. So welcome, and thank you for your positivity. It's always welcome, dear, because it's out there and it's real. Chris Thrill talks about this. there's a lot of people talking about it, but unfortunately, the ears that it should be falling on are our government. And because we know what's what with our government, that is not that's not a massive problem that's going to be fixed anytime soon. And it's so wrong. You see, you get this is relevant, just bear with me, right? You get people going around from what is considered the far right, which is just either right or centre, right? Going around to the left, the leftists. You know, you're welcome here, you're welcome here, you're welcome here. You know, none of them have been raped or molested or had their kids or any of their family raped or molested, otherwise they wouldn't be doing that. And I forgot where I was going with that. It was so important. This is what I mean. My brain just branches off and branches off and then branches off and then branches off. And I know I'm not the only one. You know, we just go into. It's almost like we've been given like you see, if I say the word upgrade, it sounds egotistical, and I'm not like that. So I don't know what else to call it. But I think oh man, what was my original train of thought? Because I just float away. I just float away in thought, and then share those thoughts as I'm going along. You know. Do you think this needs cutting down to about there? Or there, maybe. Just get a little bit of a beard going on. Yeah, so we've got people that are most likely to have PTSD because they've seen horrific things, right? And they're about to experience probably quite a significantly bad winter this year, I think, because of the way, again, the way plants are behaving. That could be down to them. They are sensitive to stuff like that. They are. Well, then could that be down to all of the shit that's in the soil that's been coming from these death planes? So who knows? Because the first frost is a shock. It's a shock for these plants into suddenly producing all the goodness into the berries to give the berries the best chance, right? So that's a massive frost. If you put heavy metals and poisons in the ground that the plants are feeding from, that can send a plant into shock, the same shock, you know, where it starts producing stuff quicker. And I believe that that's what's happening. So we've got our own people that have experienced really, really horrible, horrific things, that are living on the streets. Potentially one of the worst winters we've had for at least a decade, potentially, you know. And these people are staying in hotels where you open the door even when it's mild, and the fucking heat smacks you straight in the face. And they've got the latest iPhone and, you know, spas and driving lessons. Yeah. And I'm just sat here thinking, why the fuck is literally the whole country not so severely fucking pissed off with this that we're not all just fuck it, going to the streets, taking to the streets and taking over? Because that'd make sense to me. Because 40, 50 years ago, you compare that to the poll tax riots, and very different. Mild, very mild in comparison to previous riots. And when I say riots, I mean protests. I mean passionate British protests. So there was a point when the miners and the people representing the miners had so much power. The people had so much power that they could produce blackouts in England like that at the flick of a switch, because there wasn't the manpower to keep it going. And even though that analogy probably doesn't suit the current situation, the principle is still the same. It's just that we need, we could do with a few more people opening their eyes and seeing what's what, you know? Because unfortunately, we've still got a lot of people out there that are brainwashed. I mean, there are so many twats on the left, right, that are completely brainwashed. They are so fucked in the head. Bear with me though, because it applies to the other side. Lefties are, not all of them, because some of them you can have an intelligent conversation with them, but not many. The vast majority of them are completely brainwashed. I've been to enough marches and protests now to get enough of a feel for it. And they're Fruit Loops. They're completely out of touch with reality. But on the right, you've got your thuggery. You know, there's no need for that until there's a time for it. And protests and marches on a time for that, you know. But it does again revert back to the point that marches and protests don't really do anything for us moving forward other than potential networking and people that were on the cusp, seeing a bit more, talking to a few people, and then expanding that further on, the butterfly effect, you know. But one thing I can say with 100% certainty is the fact that we are not going to be able to vote our way out of this madness. That's not going to happen. Everybody needs to come to terms with that. And that hasn't happened for a very, 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 very long time. So we're looking at anarchy. So you need to get your head around the concept of that as well. Because it's those two things are literally slavery or bravery, literally. And You just get to choose to go down which path you want to. They're going to make it harder and harder and harder for people. Way, way, way harder. And the more you learn about the law and the more you network and the more people you know that you can rely on, and the more you prepare and the more you encourage other people to prepare without giving yourself away too much, which is, again, that's a tricky one. It is. It's like, why don't you become a prepper? What's a prepper? It's someone that puts food away for a rainy day just in case all the shops are shut down, just in case. You know, you never know. We ran out of petrol before. Look at what happened then. Imagine what it would be like for food. You know, saying something like that to them, right? Then chances are they're going to assume that you are already a prepper and you've already got food. You're prepping for yourself and your dependents. Most of you will have tried to drop hints here, there, and everywhere for everyone to try and do the same as what you're doing, and some might have paid attention and might be doing it, you know, discreetly, and some won't have paid any attention to you whatsoever. Just have a storyline ready for them, because none of us have gone through the fucking immense, intense fucking shit that we've been through over the last 5 years, right? Put all of the things into place that we've put into place so far in the last 5 years, galvanized our spirit and our resolve and our determination to a level that is impregnable, to the point where we will not become some fucking food bank. It's important because they'll keep coming and keep coming and keep coming. And so before you know it, all of the stress, all of the anguish, all of the anxiety you've experienced from learning more and more and more about what's going on, what's gone on, what might be going on, you know, all of these things, all of the research that a lot of people find uncomfortable, right? If you've done that for the last 5 years and then all of a sudden everyone's turning to you for food, right? You can't allow that to happen. You're not a fucking food bank. You get to choose who you help and who you don't. And it's got to be, again, the more I say this, when I was talking about prepping being 90% mental, it's making sense now, you know, hopefully. There's so much more to it than food. I'm sorry if I've fallen behind on the chat, guys. I do apologise. Yeah, conquer and divide tactics is it's with fear. They don't do either of those without fear. What do you think of Tommy Robinson? Rocco, so this goes out to you. I don't know if you're still with us. Yes, you are. Tommy Robinson is a Zionist asset. You know, if I was to try and summarise it, I know plenty of people have heard it before. If I was to put it into a nutshell, at least 2 decades of abuse of white English girls was allowed to happen, and it was thread in and out of police reports. Some police were told to ignore a lot of this over 20 decades. And lots and lots of parents kicking off, lots of parents being victimised. The list goes on. This is me trying to do a summary. It's fucking impossible. So when the people need a hero, we shall provide them with one, right? That is part of the art of war, right? So along at that exact right time comes along the Zionist Tommy Robinson, and there was a Zionist element called something else, and it's gone out of my head. A Zionist faction attached to it, to the EDL, that was Jewish. So it's Tommy Robinson. His job is to turn us against Islam, which is pretty inevitable anyway, based on what we're seeing, you know. But so many people just taking their eye off the ball, their eye off the ball of who the puppets are and the puppet masters are, in order to know how to react and not react. But there are so few people doing that at the moment. But I've been to a few pubs, and I've kind of been in the background and trying to be having a conversation, a two-way conversation. But every now and then I picked up on a conversation in the background, and it's been deep, very encouraging, and it's happening a lot. So, what I've always said, people need to keep talking. They've got to keep talking. Dialogue is so important. Yes, I go like that. My thoughts racing ahead, forgetting. I agree. Graphene oxide is a recent thing. Finding it all over the ground, thinking it could be coming from. I'm sorry about my sort of like first grade reading skills, guys. From the chemtrails. These glasses aren't great, but it's the blue light blockers. They only fit to these glasses, so I'm just trying to do my best. Spot on, Michael. Yeah. You seem to fit in quite well here, Coco. You seem to. Not sure about. Yeah, I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot of positivity to that. A lot of people have taken their eyes off, and it's still there. I can't tell whether these are straight or not. Everything's the other way around. And again, Bono wears this shade of sunglasses, and every time I look at Bono, it's a very strange experience, because as soon as I see certain faces like Bono, Boris Johnson, our current cunt of a prime minister, instead their faces just fade and they're replaced by a trampoline. It's bizarre, so bizarre. So then unfortunately I end up with a fantasy that would be very difficult to fulfill, but I'll give it a go. Moral compass, very important. Absolutely spot on. Yeah, you'll know if you're a cunt, right? Because you'll know if you've got a soul, because you'll have arguments with yourself, putting yourself to right. But try and work with that. Again, I'm trying to give advice here that I'm not taking myself, so I'll end that bit of that bit, But you'll know if you're an arsehole with a soul. If you're an arsehole with a soul, your soul will tell you you're an arsehole. Sort yourself out, It's these soulless bastards that are living in this world that they're just pure evil, unadulterated evil, But I honestly, I genuinely believe that there hasn't been a single case where eventually light hasn't won over dark. You know, if anyone wants to give any examples, if you want to, you can bring up World War II, but it'll be for educational purposes only. Where light hasn't won over dark. You know, it's we wouldn't be where we are now if the evil kept on winning time after time after time after time. I felt like that went on for like forever, you know, forever, ever. In fact, hold on, I've lost 2 days. Oh dear. What does it do to our bodies and minds? Well, look, you know, all of this, I know I'm behind on the chat and answering your questions, and I do apologise. I go off on tangents. Just know that they are 100% on reliance and compliance. And both of these things are achieved usually by fear. Now, if you can relinquish fear, then their control over you is almost disappeared. But you're getting rid of that fear has to be in every single angle. Now, every now and then, and it is rare. It is rare with me, but I'll be honest with you. Every now and then, fear creeps into me, but it's very rare. It crept into me when I thought Storm had broke her back. It crept into. Same thing. Crept into me when I thought I'd had a stroke, when I hadn't, because I was hearing stuff. And then just it's usually around the girls, you know, not me, you know. Again, all of the shit they try and push on me, I won't allow it. I don't let it in as fear. I do go through momentary bouts of anxiety from now and then, but please look at the even the Oxford Dictionary, right, of the difference between fear and anxiety. There are different definitions, right? There's a difference between fear and anxiety. So there's nothing wrong with getting a bit anxious now and then. We're going through crazy fucking times. You probably wouldn't be fully proper human, like some sort of NPC, if you didn't feel like that, you know. But fear is different. Fear can be controlled. Just fuck it off. It only gets in the way. It just makes things worse, and it's not necessary. And that's how they're managing to manipulate everyone and everything. It's through fear, threats. That's all they are, just threats. Just pay no attention. Fuck them. but it is in the black ink on many medicinal capsules. Yeah, we're talking about graphene oxide. Yeah, but then that could be iron that's been pointed out. So far, it's been a bit of a grey area with me, as in the printed on capsules. But who knows? It won't surprise me. Well, I reckon we'll know instinctively at some point, Michael, on this current trajectory. But who knows? We're out of uncharted. We're out of uncharted waters, or are we? You know. Kerry Cassidy. I've never heard of Kerry Cassidy. I'll write it down there. I'll have a look. Whenever people point stuff like that out, I'll write it down just in case, It might get me, might not. All I can hear is Storm just licking her giant vagina, and it's because of misophonia. It's one of the most annoying, horrible noises you could possibly imagine to hear. Apart from maybe like a Keir Starmer speech, something like that. Oh, fuck me. Where am I? Right, noted. And I will look into that. Thank you very much, Coco. I've got a really horrible net. I've got really horrible neighbours. Arsehole ties. You were talking about my whole life being stalked. Move away. Fear comes from the unknown. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I would 100% agree with that comment. But in fact, that's a perfect encapsulation of fear. It's the unknown. If you open yourself up and you just walk forward with purpose and a smile, knowing that you are right, you've got to be. It's always got to be about the truth. If you're not honest to yourself, warts and all, then you're not going to be true moving forward, and that's imperative with this war, and it is a war. The body never lies. No, it doesn't. Again, look at the second gut. I know I've said it 1,000 times. I won't keep saying it. I don't like to sound a parrot, but then I also realise that there's new people that have never been here before that don't know about the gut microbiome and the fact that it's the second brain, and it's surrounded by 500 million neurons. It's more reliable than our own fucking brain. But then that can't function without that, and that can't function without that. But it's what's functioning, all of it. That's what you should be looking into. But always be good, always be honest, always do the right thing, but always defend yourself. Learn to pick your battles as well. Always learn to pick your battles. Don't always get stuck straight in there, because you can make a difference because you're different. Oh, look at that. Coco just said, this is the kind of people I love. You just said, excuse me, I'm talking or taking over your chat. That might sound insignificant to a lot of people, right? But that's consideration, and consideration on that level usually, or examples like that, are usually from empaths. You know, we need more empaths in the world. Not all empaths are pussies. Not all empaths are lightweights. You know, most of the most incredible warriors throughout history have been empaths. So yeah, it's just little things like that, you know. I love them. Graphene oxide is in the jabs. Yeah. How new to all of this are you, Coco? The stuff treats me out. Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of people felt so, you know, just threatened and pushed into it. Oh, that's pretty decent. So, are you a prepper, Coco? Because there will still be some of us that are thinking, are you a bot? Because you're not established yet, you know. We're quite close knit. Right, okay. Have you got your own channel? Let's have a look at your channel. And if you've not got an active channel, but you're so passionately vocal, which is lovely. No, I don't. I was only kidding with the bot thing. But it would be, you know, lovely if more people would just kind of stick their heads above the parapet and just. I have said in the past that they say that 30 people a day, right, are getting put in jails for hurty words, right? Where are those statistics? Where are those stats? Who said that? Where did that information come from? You know, why are none of their names other than higher profile people that have written a play here and a play there and whatever, right? Where's all this? Where is this information to back that up? I think I saw one clip of some, as they say in Jamaica, pussy boy chap in a wig being a judge. And again, look into a lot of these judges. They are lefty people, lefty lunatics that have never even sat the bar. So they're not even qualified as judges. They're just they're given a script. That's it. Look into it. And yeah, footage of one of these lefty judges given 7 years for like hurty words or whatever. You don't get to see the person. You don't get to hear the name. You don't get to know the name of the judge. You don't get to see anything or anyone apart from the judge reading this fucking script out, like it's an official court hearing. You've got to remember they can't double standard that much, right, without fear. And by the way, by what I mean in the way of double standards is your freedom of speech and your freedom of expression, right? So that it's automatically thrown out of court unless you plead guilty to it. But even then, where are these 30 people a day? It's full of shit. It's fear tactics. Fuck them. I'm dying for a knock on my door and it doesn't come, you know? Wish you could see all the reasons why I wish you could see all the reasons as to why I've got loads of reasons for knocks on my door, but I don't get any. None. because they rely on fear. Well, maybe start your channel up, Coco. Get one going. Yeah, well, if everyone kept a low profile, Coco, just being honest, right? Fuck all will get done. There are far too many people keeping a low profile. Far too many. I mean, I'm trying to keep a semi-low profile. We're trying to reach the right people. You know, it's doable. I've made it work. We've made it work. But for having an active channel and not warning others, you know, no offense, because I know you're new to the channel. I'm just saying it. Every little helps. That's all I'm saying. Every little bit helps. You know, if people could just do their little bit, you know, more than just put a comment here and there, because that doesn't work either. It's about sharing information. It's about making more and more people aware. It's very, very, very important. We're going to take it to 1:30, if that's all right with you guys. And yeah, I'm going to get my head down, but that'll still take us to not far off the 4-hour mark, which is, you know, before I do a live stream, I do sometimes get quite nervous, because I think anything less than 3 hours is not good enough. 4 hours is all right-ish, you know, more than that, even better. And trying to do a live stream without a script for 3-4 hours, and being mindful of the fact that you might think you might not you know, run out of what to say, or I get that before every single live stream, but every single live stream seems to turn out all right, you know. Well, yeah. Anyway, just we'll keep it to 4 hours ish. But I am looking at myself right now and thinking that if I had one of those little kind of, you know, those little round cap things, black caps, and started going like that, right? Do you know what? If you put those two religions together, right, and then studied them both, in one book, it's okay for their prophet to take a 6-year-old wife. In the other religion, it states that, you know, intimacy is acceptable with a 3-year-old. Both religions have circumcision, which is, I don't know why I need to do that, you know what it is. Both religions have circumcisions, which is genital mutilation. It doesn't matter how you want to butter it up or package it up, right? There are so many similarities. There's a significant amount of violence throughout both of these ideologies or religions, right? Then you look in the Bible, again, you know, I'm not a Christian. You look in the Bible, there's none of that shit. But then having said that, the Bible's not the original Bible, because it's the New Testament. The Old Testament, oh no, we don't want that one. Let's do this one. Let's do another one. Okay. And then leave the Book of Enoch out, which would make the New Testament make a whole new different read. Oh my gosh. I've got to leave this on a fucking positive. Oh my gosh. And I will. Oh no, hey Coco, don't sweat. We always pull it off somehow, you know. We always pull it off. I think some will, but some won't. Hopefully, there are more of us that think like us. Oh, the way I'm looking at this now, Michael, is that the amount of people that are awake enough is enough to take the country back. But the amount that's sort of in the middle, the battleground, if you like, is from my observations and what I've read and what I'm seeing and trying to collate all that information together. It looks like the vast majority of these people are leaning towards us, you know, because they're seeing absolute common sense. But we've got some seriously significant battles as far as technology and towers are concerned. And they really do need to be tackled. They really do. And you know, because no one's taking responsibility for who they belong to and who's responsible for them, because you can take one of these EMF readers with you and demonstrate the dangers that there are, how significantly high the readings are above what is stated as a safe human boundary, based on the fact that it's giving off unsafe levels of EMFs, based on no one's taking any responsibility for these towers, and based on no one really taking responsibility for who they belong to. It's you know, the gate's open. Fill your fucking boots, and there are 100 ways of doing it. So we could literally all sabotage. And again, I'm saying this openly on a public platform, because I've seen the legal and the lawful side of it. We can literally do that. We can. It's not criminal damage because there has to be a victim. Who's going to step forward as the victim for erecting a weapon against humanity? And there are loads of ways of taking them down. The problem we've got is not enough people with enough balls to step forward and start speaking out on platforms, speaking out in public, and starting to take these fucking masks down. That's the problem we've got. Plenty of people, but not enough balls. But I do believe that is changing. You know, you can go into a lot of pubs now and you can just overhear people talking about things that kind of make you think, whoa, me, you know, I was, you know, kind of maybe a shallower version of what they're talking about now, but not the level of depth that I'm listening to, you know. So I'm listening to that and thinking, fuck me, that's encouraging, you know. And I'll hear another group of people talking about something else, a completely different subject, and that's, you know, on a level that's deep enough, you know, for people to comprehend. You know, no shallow explanations of stuff, getting deep down and dirty about it. And that's really encouraging, you know. So when I said, quite early on in the channel that there is an awakening happening, it is really genuinely, sincerely a phenomenon. I'm sorry, but it is a phenomenon. I'm not going to do it again, and it can't be stopped. But it's about people trying to organise their minds, organise their communities in order to turn this around. Now I'm trying to do my little bit here, there, and but there aren't enough people that are doing that. But I do believe that will increase. It will increase in volume, just like the Blade Runners in London, just with cameras. This is way, way, way more important than cameras. Keep sowing to see the truth go. Yes, spot on. They peg people off though. Don't worry about Coco. One of the problems, that's another problem we've got, is far too many people thinking about consequences, right? Now, if you equate the thought processes of consequence into the same thought process of 90% of what we fear never comes to pass, then the chances of you standing out and standing up, you've got a 90% chance of not being touched. And the more people like you that stand up, the more people like me that stand up and start saying, online to the public, that will rise. It'll be 95 untouched, 99 untouched. If we all sit down and do nothing, then nothing will be done, and you'll be completely enveloped in slavery. That's your outlook. Unless you start doing shit, it's lovely to get involved, and getting chatting with like-minded people and interacting with whoever's hosting a live stream or whatever. It's nice. That is definitely a step forward, but being more proactive is more important than that, or even a combination of the two. So if anyone can do that, do it. Just have faith in yourself. Have faith. They're making everything look way worse than it actually is. It is. It's just, unfortunately, they've got control over some seriously powerful propaganda peddling machines like mainstream media, and a lot of people are paying attention to that. So bringing them round to a proper rational way of thinking is quite a challenge. It is, but just learn to hone your skills, refine your skills in how you go about doing it, and it can be done. We're all part of the domino effect of pushing back on this, and it's imperative that we do it, and we will, but it's going to take effort. Do you know what? There was this thing on this app that made, and they were saying how since the takeover of a certain type of AI, that it makes them look older than they actually are. And when I've looked in the mirror, right, to just like trim certain bits before I chop chunks of this that's, potential bird nesting site, I look in the mirror and I look way younger than I do on here. And a lot of people have said that they've been made to look really, really old. I look like I'm like fucking 70 years old. I'm only 69 and a half. The fuck? Anyway, my beautiful, beautiful brother. No, I don't fucking sound like him. Apologies in advance. But what I will say in always absolute sincerity is thank you for sharing your time with me, because it does mean a lot to me. It does mean a lot, because we've all been talking to each other. We've all been communicating. We've all devoted time to just being in this space, even though we can't see each other. We're not in each other's presence. We're still communicating, you know. So just know that you're appreciated and that you matter. And I'll speak to you all very soon. Much love and ciao for now.